evening, and welcome back to Sleepy Pages of History. Tonight, we will take a slow and gentle journey into the world of World War II. Before we begin, if you enjoy these quiet journeys into the past, you are always welcome to subscribe. And while you are settling in, let me know where in the world you are listening from tonight. Now, find a comfortable position. Allow your breathing to slow. Let the concerns of the present day drift softly into the distance. And together let us step back into the late 1930s, into a vast and complicated world standing quietly on the threshold of World War II. Not simply the battles, not only the leaders whose names fill history books, but the wider world that surrounded them. A world of quiet streets and busy harbors, a world of farms and factories, a world of trains crossing vast landscapes and ships moving steadily across open oceans. A world filled with ordinary people who could not yet know how much their lives would change in the years ahead. Before the conflict began, much of the world moved according to familiar rhythms. In towns and cities across Europe, shopkeepers opened their doors each morning. Market stalls appeared in public squares. Children walked to school with books tucked beneath their arms. Farmers watched the weather, measured the seasons, and tended fields much as generations before them had done. The sound of church bells drifted gently across villages. Bicycles rattled softly along stone streets. Laundry swayed in the breeze between nearby homes. Life was not perfect. Many nations still carried the lingering effects of the Great Depression. Others remembered the losses of the First World War. Yet for millions of people, daily life remained centered on familiar concerns. Work, family, meals shared together, friendships, small hopes and plans for the future. It is easy to imagine a baker rising before dawn in a small European town. The streets are still dark and quiet. A few lamps glow warmly behind curtained windows. The smell of fresh bread slowly fills the cool morning air. For the people beginning their day, everything seems ordinary. Nothing about this particular morning suggests that history is quietly preparing to turn another page. And perhaps that is one of the most remarkable things about World War II. The people who lived through it rarely knew what lay ahead. History can appear inevitable when viewed from a distance. Yet for those living within it, the future remained unwritten. Across the oceans, another world was moving through its own familiar routines. Passenger ships crossed the Atlantic. Merchant vessels carried coffee, grain, machinery, and letters between distant continents. Sailors watched the steady rise and fall of the waves beneath wide open skies. Far from land, surrounded by little more than water and clouds, they followed routes that had connected nations for decades. The sea seemed permanent, reliable, almost timeless. Yet these familiar routes would soon become part of a much larger story. Meanwhile, in cities, factories hummed with activity. Steel mills cast a warm glow into the night. Locomotives carried coal and cargo along railways that stretched across entire regions. Office workers sat at desks covered with papers and ledgers. Telephone operators patiently connected calls. Fresh newspapers rolled from busy printing presses. The modern world was becoming increasingly connected. Goods traveled farther, ideas traveled faster. And people found themselves linked to distant places in ways that had once seemed impossible. This is worth remembering because World War II would become a truly global conflict. It would reach far beyond any single border or region. Its effects would be felt on distant islands, across remote deserts, within crowded cities, among mountain villages, and along frozen coastlines. In one way or another, nearly every corner of the world would become connected to its story. Yet before that happened, much of life still appeared remarkably ordinary. Imagine walking through a quiet neighborhood on a mild summer evening. Children play outside beneath the fading light. Neighbors exchange greetings as they pass. A radio drifts softly through an open window. Someone tends a small garden. Another family prepares the evening meal. The scent of wood smoke lingers gently in the air. Scenes like this could be found in countless places: London, Warsaw, Paris, Prague, Berlin, Moscow, and thousands of smaller towns whose names rarely appear in history books. The people who lived there could not see the years ahead. They could not know that blackout curtains would one day cover windows, that ration books would become part of daily routines, that letters would travel across oceans between separated families, or that entire cities would gradually adapt to conditions few had previously imagined. In time, World War II would become one of the largest events in human history. Millions of soldiers would serve. Millions of civilians would face extraordinary challenges. Nations would struggle, rebuild, and transform. Yet throughout all of it, ordinary people remained at the center of the story. Parents continued raising children. Workers continued repairing machines. Teachers continued guiding students. Doctors continued caring for patients. Even during periods of uncertainty, daily life carried on. And perhaps that is one of the quiet lessons of this era. History often focuses on major events, but most people experience history through ordinary days. A meal shared around a table, a train journey through the countryside, a letter arriving from far away, a conversation held softly before bedtime. Those are often the moments that remain in memory. As we continue through this journey into World War II, we will explore those human experiences alongside the larger events. We will visit streets darkened by blackout curtains and shelters filled with waiting families. We will travel aboard convoy ships crossing vast stretches of ocean. We will step inside hidden code-breaking rooms and carefully planned secret cities. We will wander through factories, farms, railway stations, and distant islands. And again, we will return to a simple question. What did it feel like to live in this world? Because World War II was not merely a collection of events. It was a world, a vast human landscape filled with routines and responsibilities, hopes and worries, inventions and friendships, memories and dreams. The scale of that world is remarkable, and tonight we will wander slowly through it together. For now, the streets remain quiet. The ships continue their voyages, the farms continue their harvests, the factories continue their work. The larger storm has not yet fully arrived, yet in many places, people are beginning to sense that the world around them is changing. And that is where our journey gently continues. Long before many people understood exactly what was happening, subtle signs of change began to appear. The world of the late 1930s still contained familiar routines, but beneath those routines, uncertainty was growing. Newspaper headlines became more troubling. Political speeches became more frequent. Maps appeared more often in conversations. People who had lived through the First World War sometimes recognized certain patterns. Others hoped that another major conflict could never happen again. For a time, daily life continued. Yet an uneasy feeling slowly spread across much of Europe. What makes this fascinating is that history often arrives gradually before it arrives suddenly. The first signs are rarely dramatic. They are often conversations, rumors, questions, a feeling that something is changing beyond the horizon. In August 1939, one development surprised much of the world. Two powerful nations, Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union, signed what became known as the Nazi-Soviet Pact. For many observers, the agreement seemed unexpected. The two governments held very different ideologies, yet both found practical reasons to cooperate. Hidden within the agreement were plans that would affect millions of people. Eastern Europe was quietly divided into spheres of influence. Lines were drawn on maps. Borders were discussed in distant offices. Yet the people living inside those regions often knew little about these conversations. Imagine a farmer in eastern Poland. His concerns are immediate and familiar. The weather, the harvest, his livestock, the condition of local roads. Far away, decisions are being made that may soon alter his future. But at this moment, he remains focused on ordinary life. That contrast appears often throughout history. Large decisions made in capitals eventually reach villages and homes. The result can transform entire lives. Only days later, another event helped create a justification for invasion. German authorities presented what appeared to be an attack on a radio station near the border. The incident was later revealed to have been staged. Its purpose was to create a narrative that military action was necessary. To many ordinary citizens, however, facts remained difficult to verify. Information traveled more slowly than it does today. People often relied on newspapers, radio broadcasts, and word of mouth. Confusion became part of the atmosphere. And confusion, in many ways, became one of the earliest experiences of World War II. On September 1st, 1939, Germany invaded Poland. For countless families, the news arrived through radios, newspapers, or hurried conversations. The conflict that many had feared was now beginning. Yet even then, many people could not fully grasp its scale. Wars had happened before. Some hoped this conflict would remain limited. Others believed diplomacy might still prevail. History, however, was already moving in a different direction. The invasion introduced many people to a form of warfare that seemed startlingly fast. The German military combined aircraft, armored vehicles, artillery, and communications in coordinated operations. The term blitzkrieg, often translated as lightning war, became associated with these rapid advances. For civilians, the experience could feel bewildering. Events moved faster than expected. Information often arrived incomplete. Rumors spread quickly. Imagine standing beside a railway station. People gather in small groups. Some are carrying suitcases. Others simply watch passing trains. Everyone is trying to understand what comes next. The atmosphere is uncertain. The future feels difficult to predict. That uncertainty became a defining experience for many communities. Then, on September 17, the Soviet Union entered Poland from the east. The country now faced invasion from two directions. Families found themselves trapped between larger forces, roads filled with movement. Refugees searched for safety. Local officials struggled to adapt. The situation changed from day to day, sometimes from hour to hour. Yet even amid these enormous events, ordinary life continued wherever it could. Meals were cooked, children were comforted, neighbors shared information, people searched for familiar routines. This reminds us that daily life rarely disappears completely, even during periods of upheaval. Beyond Poland, other nations watched carefully. Britain and France declared war on Germany. Many expected large military operations to begin immediately across Western Europe. Instead, something curious happened. For months, relatively little fighting occurred along the Western Front. This period became known as the Phony War. The name itself feels almost strange. A war existed. Declarations had been made. Armies mobilized. Yet daily life in many places continued with an unusual mixture of normality and tension. Imagine a quiet evening in France during this period. A family sits around a radio. Outside, the streets remain calm. People know a war has begun, yet the dramatic events many expected have not yet arrived. The uncertainty itself becomes exhausting. Waiting can sometimes feel more difficult than action. No one knows exactly what tomorrow will bring. Throughout the winter months, soldiers waited in defensive positions. Civilians prepared as best they could. Governments made plans. Factories increased production. Railways transported supplies. The machinery of war slowly expanded. At the same time, ordinary life still persisted. Markets opened. Children attended school. Farmers worked their fields. Snow fell across villages and cities alike. History and daily life moved side by side. Then came spring, and with it, movement. German forces launched major operations across Western Europe. Countries that had hoped distance or diplomacy might protect them found themselves facing rapid change. Roads filled with refugees. Vehicles moved endlessly along highways. Bridges became important landmarks. Rail stations grew crowded. Many civilians experienced the conflict primarily through movement. People leaving homes, people searching for safety, people carrying what they could. Imagine standing beside a country road. The weather is mild. Trees sway gently in the breeze. Yet along the road comes a steady flow of travelers. Families walking, carts loaded with belongings, bicycles carrying extra bags. Each person has a story. Each person is responding to events larger than themselves. The scale of that human movement was extraordinary. Yet when viewed closely, it was made up of countless individual journeys. One family, one suitcase, one decision at a time. Over time, Europe entered a new phase of the conflict. The gathering storm had become reality. The uncertainty of the late 1930s was giving way to the lived experience of World War II. But even as nations mobilized and armies advanced, ordinary people continued searching for stability. They listened to radios. They wrote letters. They shared meals. They looked after children. They worried about loved ones. And in that sense, the story of the war was never only about governments or armies. It was also about millions of individuals trying to understand a rapidly changing world. As our journey continues, we will move beyond the decisions of leaders and the movement of armies. We will enter homes, schools, gardens, railway stations, and shelters. Because to understand World War II, it helps to understand not only what happened, but how it felt to live through it. For many people, World War II was first felt not on a battlefield, but inside the home. It entered through the radio. It arrived in the newspaper. It appeared as a notice on a wall, a letter in an envelope, or a quiet conversation between parents after the children had gone to bed. Daily life did not stop. It changed shape. Kitchens, gardens, railway stations, schools, and living rooms all became part of the wartime world. One of the most memorable images of this period is the evacuation of children from cities. In Britain, many children were sent away from places thought to be in danger of bombing. They traveled by train, often with small suitcases, name tags, packed food, and gas masks carried in cardboard boxes. Imagine a railway platform filled with children. Some are excited because it feels like an adventure. Some are silent. Some hold hands with brothers or sisters. Parents try to smile, even when they are worried. The train waits beside the platform, breathing steam into the cool air. Then slowly it begins to move. For many families, this was the moment the war became deeply personal. The home was still there. The family still existed. But distance had entered the household. In villages and country towns, evacuated children entered unfamiliar homes. Some were welcomed warmly, others struggled to adjust. They learned new routines, new accents, new rooms, new meal times. A city child might wake to the sound of birds instead of traffic. They might see fields in morning mist, smell coal smoke from a cottage fireplace, or walk along muddy lanes to a small school. This matters because the war rearranged childhood, not always through one dramatic event, but through ordinary separations. A bed in a stranger's house, a letter from home, a photograph kept beside a pillow. Even fear became something children carried with them in practical ways. Gas masks were issued in many places, especially in Britain. They were awkward objects, made for danger but carried through ordinary life. Children practiced putting them on at school. Families kept them near the door. Some babies had special protective carriers that looked strange and uncomfortable to modern eyes. Picture a classroom where children sit at wooden desks. A teacher calmly gives instructions. Small hands lift rubber masks. The room may smell faintly of chalk, wool coats, and the rubber of the equipment. To a child, this could become routine. And that is one of the quieter truths of wartime. Even frightening objects can become part of everyday life when people must live beside them long enough. At night, the home changed again. Blackout curtains covered windows. Streetlights were dimmed or switched off. People learned to move through darker streets and darker rooms. A single uncovered lamp could be dangerous because light might guide aircraft overhead. So families checked windows carefully. They taped edges. They pulled thick fabric across the glass. They opened doors cautiously, careful not to let light spill outside. Imagine a quiet street after sunset. The houses are still occupied. Families are awake inside. But from the outside, the street appears almost asleep. No bright windows, no shop signs, no cheerful glow from open curtains. Only footsteps, soft voices, and the occasional shape of someone moving through the dark. The result was a different kind of city. A city still alive, but hidden. Food also changed. Rationing became one of the clearest signs that wartime had entered the kitchen. Families received ration books. Shops measured portions carefully. Sugar, butter, meat, tea, eggs, and other goods could become limited. People learned to stretch ingredients. Recipes changed. A meal might be simpler than before, but it still mattered. The kitchen table became a place of adaptation. Someone might save a little fat for cooking. Someone might trade recipes with a neighbor. Someone might use carrots, potatoes, or cabbage in new ways. The smell of soup on the stove could still bring comfort. A slice of bread, carefully buttered, could feel valuable. This reminds us that survival is often made from small habits, not grand gestures, just careful use, shared knowledge, and patience. Victory gardens became another part of this domestic world. People grew vegetables in backyards, parks, school grounds, and empty lots. A patch of soil could become a quiet contribution to a national effort. Carrots, beans, onions, potatoes, and leafy greens appeared where flowers or lawns might once have been. Imagine someone kneeling in the soil after work. Their hands are dusty. The evening light is soft. Somewhere nearby, a radio murmurs through an open window. The garden is small, but it gives the household something useful. It gives people a task, a rhythm, a reason to look toward the next season. In that sense, a garden could become a gentle form of hope. In large cities, shelters became part of nightly life. During air raids, many people slept underground. In London, subway stations became crowded places of rest, worry, conversation, and routine. Families carried blankets, food, books, and small comforts. Children curled up beside parents on platforms. People listened for the sounds above them. Yet underground life also developed its own patterns. There were cups of tea, there were conversations, there were songs, there were people who saw the same neighbors night after night. Picture a long platform lined with sleeping figures. Coats are folded beneath heads. A child's toy lies beside a blanket. Far above, the city is dark. Below, people wait together. It is not peaceful in the usual sense. But human beings have a remarkable ability to create fragments of normal life almost anywhere. Across the Atlantic, households experienced the war differently, but still felt its presence. In the United States, rationing affected gasoline, tires, sugar, coffee, and other goods. Coffee, in particular, held a special place in daily life. A morning cup could feel like warmth, routine, and adulthood all at once. When coffee became limited, people noticed. They adjusted. They measured more carefully. They stretched what they had. This may seem like a small thing, but small things are often where history touches ordinary people most clearly. A shortage does not need to be dramatic to be remembered. Sometimes it is simply the absence of something familiar. The war also changed clothing. Nylon, once used for stockings, became important for military materials such as parachutes and cords. Women who had worn nylon stockings before the war often could not find them easily. Some drew seams on the backs of their legs to imitate the look of stockings. Others repaired old pairs carefully. This detail may seem modest, but it shows how global war reached into the smallest corners of daily appearance. A factory decision, a military need, an ocean convoy, and a woman dressing for work in the morning could all be connected. The world had become woven together in ways that many people had never fully noticed before. Parachutes themselves sometimes entered family stories in unexpected ways. After the war, and sometimes during shortages, parachute silk was reused for clothing. Wedding dresses made from parachutes became especially memorable. Imagine a young woman holding soft white fabric that had once drifted through the sky. Now it is being cut, sewn, and shaped into something entirely different. A garment of ceremony. A garment of hope. What makes this fascinating is the transformation. An object made for war becomes part of a wedding. Something connected to danger becomes part of a beginning. That kind of reuse carried deep emotional meaning. Letters became another lifeline. Families waited for mail with an attention that is difficult to imagine today. A letter could be read and reread many times. It could be folded carefully and kept in a drawer. It could travel across oceans, through military mail systems, and into the hands of someone standing in a kitchen or sitting beside a lamp. The handwriting itself mattered. The shape of the words. The familiar signature. The proof that someone far away was still present in some small way. V-mail, used by the United States, reduced letters to smaller photographic copies so they could be transported more efficiently. The technology was practical, but the emotional purpose was simple. To keep people connected. Imagine a mother opening a small letter at the table. The house is quiet. Perhaps rain taps against the window. The words are brief because space is limited, but they are enough. They say, in their own way, I am still here. Music also helped people endure. Radios brought songs into homes, factories, military camps, and shelters. Some songs reminded listeners of loved ones. Others offered rhythm during work. dance halls, where they remained open, gave people brief moments of lightness. Music did not remove uncertainty, but it gave shape to feeling. A familiar melody could make a room feel warmer. A voice on the radio could seem almost like company. This is one reason wartime music remained so strongly remembered. It belonged not only to history, but to evenings, kitchens, uniforms, railway platforms, and tired workers walking home. Now imagine an ordinary wartime home near the end of the day. The curtains are drawn tightly for blackout. A simple meal is on the table. Someone has repaired a shirt rather than replaced it. A child's gas mask box sits near the door. A small garden waits outside in the dark. On the mantelpiece, perhaps there is a photograph of someone away from home. The radio speaks softly. The family listens. This was how World War II entered daily life, not always as a single overwhelming moment, but as 1,000 small adjustments. A darker street, a smaller portion, a missing child's chair at the table, a letter kept safe, a garden planted carefully, a song remembered years later. And in these small details, the larger history becomes easier to understand, because wars are not only fought by armies, they are endured by households, by children on trains, by parents at windows, by people cooking, sewing, waiting, planting, writing, and hoping. Their world was changed, but it was still a world of human routines, and those routines carried them forward, one quiet day at a time. By the summer of 1940, Britain found itself in a lonely and uncertain position. Much of Western Europe had fallen under German control. France had been defeated. Across the English Channel, the coast of occupied Europe lay not very far away. On clear days, the distance between Britain and the continent could seem almost small. Yet that narrow stretch of water became one of the most important spaces in the world. Before this lonely period, there had been Dunkirk. Hundreds of thousands of Allied soldiers were trapped near the northern coast of France. The beaches were wide and exposed. The sea was cold. The sky could change quickly. Large ships could not always reach the shallow waters close to shore. So smaller vessels crossed the channel to help bring men away. These became known as the little ships. Fishing boats, pleasure craft, lifeboats, small civilian vessels that had once carried families, supplies, or weekend travelers. Imagine one of those small boats moving over gray water. Its wooden sides creak softly. Spray touches the deck. Ahead lies a crowded beach. Behind lies home. The people guiding these boats were not all professional naval sailors. Some were civilians. Some knew the channel from work or leisure. Now, they were part of something much larger than themselves. What makes Dunkirk so memorable is not only the military evacuation. It is the image of ordinary vessels crossing dangerous water. Small boats, doing patient, practical work. A quiet reminder that history is sometimes carried by humble things. After Dunkirk, Britain prepared for what might come next. The possibility of invasion felt real. Coastal defenses were strengthened. Signposts were removed or altered. Villages practiced emergency routines. Fields and beaches were watched carefully. But for many people, life still continued in familiar ways. Shops opened. Buses ran. Children played when they could. Tea was poured. Gardens were tended. The ordinary and the extraordinary existed side by side. Then came the Battle of Britain. It was fought largely in the skies. But for people on the ground, it was experienced through sound, sight, and waiting. Aircraft engines passed overhead. Contrails marked the blue summer sky. Families looked upward from gardens, streets, and fields. Pilots climbed into small cockpits and rose into the air, often several times a day. They were young, tired, and deeply relied upon. Yet in this kind of story, it helps to slow down and picture one airfield. Early morning, grass damp with dew, mechanics already at work, a pilot walking toward his aircraft, carrying his helmet, the smell of oil, metal, and cut grass. A mug of tea set down somewhere and forgotten. This was not only a battle of machines, it was a world of routines. Repair, refuel, brief, fly, return if possible. Begin again. Radar played a quiet but essential role. Along the coast, radar stations helped detect incoming aircraft. To the ordinary observer, these structures may not have looked especially dramatic. Tall towers, wires, huts, operators seated indoors, watching instruments and passing information along. But this system gave Britain precious warning. It connected the coast, the command centers, the airfields, and the pilots. This matters because survival often depends not only on courage, but on organization. A message sent at the right moment, a map updated carefully, a controller speaking calmly into a telephone. Small actions repeated again and again. Together, they formed a shield. Winston Churchill became the voice most closely associated with Britain's defiance during this period. His speeches reached people through radio, often in homes where families sat quietly and listened. The words mattered, but so did the setting. A living room in low light, a cup of tea cooling beside a chair, someone knitting, someone reading the newspaper, someone trying not to show fear in front of the children. Radio made leadership feel present inside ordinary rooms. It carried public history into private life. Across the Atlantic, President Franklin D. Roosevelt watched events with growing concern. The United States had not yet entered the war, but support for Britain became increasingly important. Ships, supplies, and agreements would gradually connect the two nations more closely. For people in Britain, help from across the ocean was not an abstract idea. It meant food, weapons, materials, trucks, fuel, the things needed to continue. Imagine a dockyard at night, cranes moving slowly, workers unloading crates, ships resting heavily in dark water. Somewhere far away, farms and factories across the ocean had helped make these supplies possible. This was one of the quiet truths of Britain's survival. The island stood alone politically for a time, but it was never disconnected from the wider world. During air raids, cities changed again. London, Coventry, Liverpool, and many other places endured nights of bombing. Yet even here, the story does not need to be told with noise and urgency. It can be understood through quieter images. A family descending steps into a shelter, a warden checking that blackout curtains are secure, a nurse preparing a ward, a firefighter resting for a few minutes beside a wall, morning light revealing damaged streets, people sweeping glass from shop fronts, a kettle placed on a stove, life continuing because it had to continue. Quiet resilience is not the absence of fear. It is the decision to keep doing the next necessary thing, to open the shop, to repair the roof, to write the letter, to comfort the child, to listen for the all clear, and then step back into the world. In the countryside, the war felt different. The skies still mattered, but the rhythm of fields continued. Farmers worked with fewer workers and more pressure. Land girls helped bring in crops. Villages collected scrap metal. Church bells remained mostly silent, except for warning. The landscape looked peaceful, but even peaceful places were part of the national effort. Picture a field under a wide English sky. Clouds move slowly. A tractor crosses the earth. In the distance, aircraft engines can be heard faintly. The scene is both ordinary and extraordinary. That mixture defined much of Britain's wartime experience. By the end of the Battle of Britain, invasion had not come. The danger was not over. The war was far from finished. But Britain had endured a crucial season. Its coastlines, pilots, radar operators, factory workers, sailors, nurses, farmers, and civilians had all formed part of the same larger story. What makes this period so lasting in memory is not only that Britain stood alone, it is how many people helped it stand. Not always in visible ways, not always in famous ways. A mechanic tightening a bolt, a woman watching a radar screen, a child sleeping in a shelter, a sailor crossing rough water, a speaker's voice through a radio in a darkened room. Together, these small human details formed a kind of quiet strength. And as the war continued, that strength would be joined by another kind of effort, not in the open skies or along the beaches, but behind closed doors, in huts, offices, workshops, and hidden rooms. Another war was being fought softly, with paper, machines, maps, and secrets. While pilots crossed the skies and convoys moved across the oceans, another side of World War II unfolded quietly behind closed doors. It was a world of locked cabinets, coded messages, hidden identities, false documents, and carefully guarded secrets. Most of the people involved rarely appeared in newspapers. Many could not discuss their work with friends or family. Some spent years carrying secrets that remained hidden long after the war had ended. What makes this part of the story fascinating is how ordinary much of it appeared from the outside. The secret war was often fought in offices, in country houses, in small wooden huts, in rooms filled with papers, maps, and typewriters. It was a world of patience rather than spectacle, a world of listening, decoding, observing, and waiting, and yet its influence stretched across continents. One of the most famous centers of this hidden effort was Bletchley Park. Located in the English countryside, it looked at first glance like a large country estate. Trees surrounded the grounds. Gardens stretched across the property. Birdsong drifted through the air. Visitors arriving for the first time might have imagined a peaceful retreat far removed from conflict. Yet behind the quiet appearance, an extraordinary operation was underway. Hundreds and eventually thousands of people worked there. Mathematicians, linguists, engineers, clerks, teachers, chess players, crossword enthusiasts, military officers. Many arrived without fully knowing what they would be asked to do. Imagine walking through the grounds on a cool morning. The grass is damp with dew. Bicycles lean against buildings. People carry folders beneath their arms. A kettle whistles somewhere in the distance. Nothing appears dramatic. Yet inside the huts, information from across Europe is arriving constantly. Messages, signals, reports, fragments of a much larger puzzle. The work required concentration and patience. One of the central challenges involved the German Enigma machine. At first glance, the machine resembled an unusual typewriter. Keys clicked, lights illuminated letters, rotors turned inside, but the machine transformed messages into coded text that was extraordinarily difficult to read without the correct settings. Each day brought new combinations. Each day brought fresh challenges. For military commanders, understanding these messages could mean understanding enemy plans. For those working at Bletchley Park, however, the task often felt less like a spy story and more like solving endless complicated puzzles. Pages of letters, rows of numbers, patterns that appeared and disappeared. Hours spent searching for meaning. One of the most important figures associated with this work was Alan Turing. Turing possessed an unusual ability to approach difficult problems in creative ways. Along with many other talented individuals, he helped develop methods and machines that assisted in breaking encrypted communications. Yet it is important to remember that Bletchley Park was never the work of one person alone. Thousands contributed. Some sorted papers, some translated languages, some maintained equipment. Others searched tirelessly for tiny clues hidden within enormous amounts of information. The result was a remarkable example of collective effort, and perhaps that is one of the quieter lessons of the Secret War. Great achievements are often built from many small contributions. Imagine a young woman sitting at a desk inside one of the huts. A typewriter rests before her. Stacks of papers surround her workspace. Outside the window, rain taps softly against the glass. She may not fully understand how her work fits into the larger picture, yet every page she processes helps move information to the next person. And then the next. And then the next. History often depends upon such unseen chains of effort. Beyond code breaking, deception became another important part of the Secret War. Military leaders gradually learned that misleading an opponent could be almost as valuable as direct action. The challenge was creating false information that appeared believable. This required imagination, patience, and careful attention to detail. One of the most remarkable examples became known as Operation Mincemeat. The plan involved convincing German intelligence that Allied forces intended to attack a different location than they actually planned. The operation relied on false documents carried by a deceased man whose identity had been carefully constructed for the purpose. The planners thought about everything: letters, receipts, photographs, personal details, the small items someone might naturally carry. Imagine sitting in a quiet office while officials discuss these details. The room smells faintly of paper and tobacco smoke. Maps cover the walls. Someone studies a photograph. Someone else reviews a letter. The success of the operation depends not on grand speeches or dramatic action, but on whether tiny details appear convincing. What makes this fascinating is how much of intelligence work depended upon understanding ordinary human behavior. The documents needed to feel real because they reflected real life. The operation succeeded, and the false information influenced German planning. Yet even this remarkable story ultimately reminds us of something simple. Sometimes history turns on whether people believe a story. Deception extended far beyond individual operations. Entire armies occasionally existed only on paper. Inflatable tanks appeared in fields. Wooden aircraft stood on airfields. Fake camps emerged where no real soldiers were stationed. From the air, these illusions could appear convincing. Their purpose was not to fight. Their purpose was to be seen. Imagine a pilot looking down from high above. Below lies a landscape dotted with vehicles, tents, and equipment. Everything appears genuine, yet much of it is made from canvas, wood, and clever design. The scene resembles a theatrical stage set spread across the countryside. This reminds us that the Secret War often rewarded creativity as much as strength. The imagination became a strategic tool. Perhaps nowhere was this more evident than in the work of the so-called Ghost Army. This unique American unit specialized in deception. Artists, engineers, designers, and technicians worked together to create convincing illusions. Inflatable tanks could be deployed quickly. Fake radio traffic could suggest the presence of large forces. Sound recordings of military activity could be played through powerful speakers. The goal was to create a believable picture of events that did not actually exist. Imagine arriving in a quiet field. By morning, it appears empty. By evening, it seems occupied by an entire army. Vehicles appear. Equipment appears. Radio signals fill the air. Yet much of it is illusion. The scale of such creativity remains astonishing. It is a remarkable reminder that warfare sometimes involves convincing people to see things that are not there. Camouflage represented another important form of hidden work. Military planners constantly searched for ways to conceal equipment, buildings, and installations. Nets covered vehicles. Paint altered appearances. Factories disguised rooftops. Some facilities were made to resemble ordinary neighborhoods when viewed from above. Imagine standing beside a large industrial building. Workers enter through ordinary doors. Machinery operates inside. Yet from the sky, the structure may resemble a collection of houses or harmless warehouses. Appearance becomes protection. The result was a strange blending of art and practicality. Painters, designers, architects, and engineers all contributed. The secret war frequently brought together people whose skills might never otherwise have intersected. At sea, camouflage took on even more unusual forms. Some ships received what became known as dazzle camouflage. Instead of trying to hide vessels completely, designers covered them with bold geometric patterns. Lines crossed at unexpected angles. Shapes interrupted outlines. The intention was not invisibility. The intention was confusion. Enemy observers might struggle to determine a ship's speed, direction, or position accurately. Imagine watching one of these vessels move through misty water. Its surface appears covered in strange patterns. Black and white shapes intersect across the hull. The ship resembles a floating optical illusion. To modern eyes, the design can seem almost artistic. Yet behind the unusual appearance lay a practical purpose. The secret war often transformed ordinary assumptions into unexpected solutions. Even the skies became part of this world of deception. Dummy paratroopers were sometimes dropped during operations. Made from cloth and simple materials, these figures resembled real soldiers from a distance. Their purpose was to distract, confuse, and draw attention away from actual objectives. Imagine looking upward at night. Parachutes drift silently through the darkness. Observers on the ground cannot immediately tell which figures are real and which are not. The uncertainty itself becomes valuable. Again and again, the secret war relied upon shaping perception, not destroying, not conquering, simply influencing what people believed they were seeing. Yet daily life continued even inside this hidden world. Workers at Bletchley Park still drank tea, clerks still cycled to work, engineers still repaired machinery, typists still worried about deadlines. The extraordinary existed alongside the ordinary. Picture a small office late in the evening. A lamp glows above a desk. Typewriter keys click steadily. Outside, the countryside is quiet. Most nearby residents have no idea what is happening inside the building. And that was precisely the point. Secrecy depended upon normal appearances. People learned not to ask questions. Employees signed agreements. Families received only vague explanations. Many workers could not tell loved ones what they did all day. Some carried these secrets for decades. This matters because the secret war was ultimately built upon trust. Trust that information would remain protected. Trust that countless individuals would perform their roles carefully. Trust that silence itself could become a contribution. As World War II continued, the hidden efforts of codebreakers, intelligence officers, artists, engineers, double agents, and countless support staff quietly shaped events around the world. Many never became famous. Many never sought recognition. Yet their work influenced convoys crossing oceans, armies preparing invasions, and leaders making decisions. The mystery still remains part of their legacy. For years, much of this story stayed hidden. Documents remained classified. Operations remained unknown. Workers returned to ordinary lives carrying extraordinary memories. And perhaps that is a fitting reflection for this section. The Secret War was not only a story of codes and deception, it was a story of people sitting in quiet rooms, performing careful work, often without applause or public recognition. While history unfolded loudly elsewhere, they contributed in silence, and in that silence, they helped shape the course of the war. The oceans of the Second World War were often described as highways. Yet when we picture a highway, we usually imagine something visible: a road, a railway, a bridge stretching across a river. The Atlantic Ocean was different. There was no road to sea, no painted line marking the route, no signpost standing above the waves. And yet, day after day, month after month, enormous streams of ships crossed those waters carrying food, fuel, medicine, vehicles, machinery, letters, and countless small necessities that kept entire nations alive. This matters because wars are often remembered through battles. But battles could only continue if supplies arrived. A tank needed fuel, a factory needed steel, a family needed bread. And somewhere, usually far from public attention, a ship was carrying those things across the sea. It is easy to imagine a quiet harbor in eastern Canada or along the coast of Britain. Dock workers move beneath gray skies, crates are stacked, ropes creak softly, seagulls circle overhead. The smell of salt water mixes with coal smoke. A ship prepares to leave. Nobody can know exactly what weather lies ahead. Nobody knows what waits beyond the horizon. Yet the voyage begins all the same. Over time, thousands upon thousands of such journeys connected continents together. The result was one of the largest transportation efforts in human history, and most of it happened on open water, far from crowds, far from cities, and far from cameras. In that sense, the Atlantic became a vast working world of its own. One of the greatest challenges facing those ships came from German submarines, often known as U-boats. These vessels spent much of their time hidden beneath the surface. Their commanders watched shipping lanes carefully. Their goal was not usually to fight large naval battles. Instead, they hoped to interrupt the flow of supplies crossing the ocean. For ordinary sailors, this created a strange kind of uncertainty. The sea itself already demanded respect. Storms arrived without invitation. Fog could erase the horizon. Winter waves rose like moving hills. Now there was an additional concern beneath the water. Yet what makes this fascinating is how many merchant sailors continued sailing despite the danger. Many were not professional military personnel. Some had worked aboard commercial vessels before the war. Others came from fishing communities or coastal towns. They understood ships. They understood weather. And suddenly, their daily work became part of a global conflict. Imagine standing on the deck of a cargo vessel at dawn. The ocean stretches endlessly in every direction. Cold wind moves across the water. The ship rises and falls with slow rhythm. Nothing seems unusual. Nothing seems dramatic. Only the steady sound of engines and waves. And yet somewhere beyond sight, other ships are making the same journey. Together they form a moving network that helps sustain entire nations. The scale of that hidden effort remains remarkable. To improve safety, ships often traveled together in groups called convoys. Rather than crossing the Atlantic alone, dozens of vessels gathered into organized formations. Escort ships accompanied them. Routes were planned carefully. Communication became increasingly coordinated. At first glance, a convoy might have looked almost ordinary, a collection of ships moving across a wide ocean. But behind that simple image stood an enormous amount of planning. Schedules had to align, ports had to prepare, cargo needed to be loaded efficiently, weather forecasts were studied closely. The result was a floating community moving through one of the largest environments on Earth. Life aboard these convoys followed routines. Sailors stood watch, meals were prepared in compact kitchens, letters were read and reread, repairs were made whenever necessary, coffee was poured, stories were exchanged, sometimes music drifted through narrow passageways below deck. While newspapers often focused on major events, much of maritime life consisted of ordinary tasks performed consistently day after day. This reminds us that history is often built from routine as much as from extraordinary moments. A convoy crossing the Atlantic depended upon thousands of small actions completed correctly. A rope tied securely, a valve inspected carefully, a course maintained steadily through darkness. The ocean rewarded patience, and patience became one of the defining qualities of these voyages. Beyond the ships themselves, there existed another world hidden within weather reports. The North Atlantic could be unpredictable. One day brought calm water and clear skies. The next brought powerful winds and towering waves. Storms shaped decisions constantly. Captains learned to respect forecasts. Crews secured cargo carefully. Routes sometimes changed in response to approaching weather systems. Imagine a night during winter. Clouds cover the stars. Rain strikes the deck. The sea glows faintly beneath occasional flashes of distant lightning. Men move cautiously along wet surfaces while engines continue their steady labor below. Outside the small circles of light surrounding the ship, darkness seems endless. Yet somewhere nearby, other vessels remain on the same course, invisible companions sharing the same storm. What makes this fascinating is that weather itself became a participant in the story of the Atlantic. Sometimes it concealed ships, sometimes it delayed them, sometimes it protected them, and sometimes it tested every person aboard. The evidence survives today in journals and letters describing long nights of cold wind and rough seas. Many remembered those storms for the rest of their lives. While the Atlantic was difficult enough, some of the most demanding voyages traveled even farther north. These became known as the Arctic convoys. Their destination was the Soviet Union. Their route led through some of the harshest waters sailors had ever encountered. The environment itself became a challenge. Winter temperatures dropped dramatically, ice formed on decks, equipment froze, visibility changed quickly. The sea often appeared gray, silver, or almost white beneath northern skies. Imagine standing aboard one of those ships. Your breath forms clouds in the air. The railings are coated with ice. Snow drifts across the deck. The horizon blends into the sky. Everything feels distant and quiet. Yet the engines continue turning and supplies continue traveling toward their destination. This matters because the Arctic convoys reveal another side of endurance. Not endurance against a single event, but endurance against conditions that lasted day after day. Sailors chipped ice from equipment. They protected cargo. They performed maintenance despite freezing temperatures. Many remembered the cold as much as anything else. The memory endured because the environment itself became part of daily life. In that sense, these voyages were journeys through both geography and weather. Every great transportation network depends on infrastructure, and during the war, one remarkable answer emerged in the form of the Liberty ship. These cargo vessels were designed for rapid production. Shipyards found ways to construct them quickly and efficiently. What makes this fascinating is how ordinary workers became part of an extraordinary manufacturing effort. Shipyards operated around the clock. Welders worked beneath sparks and floodlights. Riveters and engineers solved practical problems every day. Women entered industrial jobs in large numbers. Communities near shipyards changed rapidly as new workers arrived. Imagine walking near a shipyard during the evening. Metal echoes through the air. Bright lights reflect from unfinished hulls. Workers move between enormous structures taking shape beside the water. A vessel that did not exist weeks earlier gradually becomes real, piece by piece, section by section. Eventually, it slides into the harbor and joins the growing fleet. The result was astonishing. Thousands of Liberty ships were produced. Each carried different cargo. Each followed different routes. Yet together they formed a logistical system of immense scale. Their influence survived long after the war ended. Many continued serving useful purposes for years afterward. They remain a remarkable reminder of what coordinated effort can achieve. Let us pause briefly from oceans and imagine daily life aboard one of these merchant vessels. The cabins are small. Space is limited. The sound of engines never completely disappears. Meals are simple, but welcome. Coffee cups rest beside charts and notebooks. A sailor writes a letter home while the ship rolls gently beneath him. Another mends clothing. Someone reads an old newspaper. Someone else stands quietly on deck watching waves stretch toward the horizon. The world feels both large and strangely confined. Large because the ocean seems endless. Confined because daily life unfolds within the boundaries of the ship. Days blend together. Weather changes. Ports appear and disappear. Yet routines provide comfort. Breakfast arrives at familiar hours. Shifts begin and end. Conversations continue. People adapt, and in doing so, they create a sense of home within a moving vessel. This human ability to build routine in unusual circumstances is one of the most fascinating parts of the wartime story. As the conflict expanded, supplies needed to move not only across oceans, but also across continents. One important example became known as the Red Ball Express. This transportation network helped move essential materials through Europe after Allied forces returned to the continent. While convoy ships crossed oceans, trucks carried supplies across roads. The principle remained the same. Goods needed to reach people who depended upon them. Imagine a long line of vehicles moving through countryside roads. Dust rises gently behind them. Drivers concentrate on the route ahead. Fuel, food, equipment, and countless necessities travel inside their cargo areas. The work is repetitive, sometimes exhausting, yet absolutely essential. What makes this fascinating is how transportation often disappears into the background of history. People remember major events. They remember famous leaders. Yet behind many successes stood drivers, mechanics, warehouse workers, sailors, and planners performing difficult tasks every day. The result was a logistical network connecting ports, railways, roads, and front lines into a single system. A system built not from one grand achievement, but from countless ordinary efforts working together. As the years passed, the Atlantic crossings continued. Convoys departed, convoys arrived, storms came and went. Shipyards launched new vessels, cargo moved steadily from one shore to another. The rhythm rarely stopped, and perhaps that rhythm is what makes this story so memorable. Not a single voyage, not a single ship, but an ongoing flow of movement connecting distant places. Imagine the Atlantic at sunset. The sea reflects fading light. A convoy moves steadily westward. Far behind, another travels east. Engines hum softly. Waves break against steel hulls. Above, clouds drift across an immense sky. From a distance, the ships appear small, yet the supplies they carry help shape the course of history. This reminds us that World War II was not only fought in cities, deserts, forests, and skies. It was also sustained by long ocean journeys undertaken by ordinary people. Sailors standing watch beneath cold stars, workers building ships beside crowded harbors, drivers carrying cargo along unfamiliar roads. Together, they formed the lifelines of a wartime world. And across the vast waters of the Atlantic, their quiet perseverance carried nations forward. Before the landings in Normandy, there was a quieter kind of war being fought on desks, in workshops, in map rooms, and along the edges of windswept harbors. It was a war of measurements: tides, moonlight, beach gradients, fuel, concrete, weather, roads. Every small detail mattered. D-Day is often remembered as a morning on the beaches of northern France, but long before that morning arrived, thousands of people had been working carefully to solve one enormous question. How do you move an army across the sea and keep it alive once it reaches the other side? This matters because victory did not come from courage alone. It also came from planning. It came from engineers with rulers and drawings, from meteorologists studying clouds, from mechanics tightening bolts, from drivers waiting beside loaded vehicles, from clerks checking lists in temporary offices. Imagine walking through southern England in the months before the invasion. Quiet country roads are suddenly lined with trucks. Fields hold tents and equipment. Harbors are crowded with ships. Soldiers drink tea beside hedgerows. Workshops glow late into the evening everywhere. Preparations gather like weather before rain. And yet, much of this world was temporary. A village field might become a depot. A quiet lane might become a supply route. A coastal town might wake to the sound of engines. The result was a hidden landscape of preparation, built slowly and patiently before history reached the shore. One of the most remarkable inventions behind the invasion was the Mulberry Harbor. The planners knew that capturing a working port immediately would be difficult. Ports could be damaged, harbors could be defended. So they imagined something almost unbelievable. They would build artificial harbors, carry them across the channel, and assemble them off the coast of Normandy. This was engineering on a vast scale. Floating roadways, concrete caissons, breakwaters, piers that could rise and fall with the tide. All of it designed to help supplies move from ships to shore. What makes this fascinating is the mixture of bold imagination and practical labor. The idea sounds almost dreamlike. A harbor brought across the sea, yet it depended on very ordinary work. Concrete had to be poured. Steel had to be shaped. Sections had to be tested. Men had to tow enormous pieces through unpredictable water. Picture the scene. Gray waves under a pale sky, massive floating structures moving slowly behind tugboats, workers guiding pieces into position, the coast of France waiting in the distance. It is easy to imagine the creak of cables, the slap of water against concrete, and voices calling instructions over the wind. The Mulberry Harbors remind us that some of the most important structures in history were not meant to last forever. They were built for a purpose. They served that purpose. Then they became memory, rust, and fragments along the shore. Another quiet part of the story belonged to the weather forecasters. The invasion required a narrow balance of conditions. The sea could not be too rough. The winds could not be too strong. The moon and tides had to be suitable. Aircraft needed visibility. Landing craft needed workable waters. This placed great responsibility on meteorologists, who studied reports from across the Atlantic and from weather stations scattered across wide distances. Their work was calm in appearance. Charts, pressure readings, telephone calls, notes written beside maps, but their conclusions carried enormous weight. Imagine a room where men lean over weather charts late at night. Outside, rain moves softly against the windows. A cigarette burns low in an ashtray. A pencil marks a pressure system. Someone compares a report from the ocean with one from Ireland or Scotland. The room is quiet, but the decision is not simple. This matters because weather is one of history's humbling forces. Even the largest armies must wait before wind and water. In that sense, the invasion was shaped not only by generals and soldiers, but by clouds moving across the Atlantic. The weather window that appeared was imperfect, but it was possible, and sometimes history moves through such narrow openings. General Dwight D. Eisenhower carried responsibility for the final decision. He was the supreme Allied commander, but even such a title could not remove uncertainty. Before D-Day, he wrote a short note accepting responsibility in case the landings failed. It was never needed, yet the note survived. What makes it memorable is not its length, but its humility. It reminds us that decisions in history are often made by people who cannot see the outcome. They act with the best information available. They carry doubt. They carry duty. Then time moves forward. Imagine Eisenhower in the quiet hours before the invasion. Maps nearby. Reports arriving. Officers waiting. The sound of rain outside. Beyond the room, thousands of ships and aircraft are ready. The note itself is small. A few lines. A private admission of responsibility. But sometimes small documents allow us to feel the weight of large events. This reminds us that behind the machinery of command, there was still a human being. Someone who understood that history is not lived with certainty. It is lived one decision at a time. While ships prepared to cross the channel, airborne forces prepared for a different journey. Paratroopers would descend into Normandy before the beach landings. Some would arrive by parachute. Others would arrive in gliders. Their task was to secure roads, bridges, and key positions inland. The purpose was practical. If the beaches were doors, then the roads behind them were the hallways. They had to be protected. Yet from the human point of view, this was an unusual way to enter a country. Imagine sitting inside an aircraft at night. The engine noise fills the air. Equipment feels heavy. Faces are dim beneath helmets. Below, the channel is dark. Ahead, fields and villages wait in the moonlight. For glider troops, the experience was different but just as strange. Their aircraft had no engine of its own once released. It moved quietly through the night, carrying men and equipment toward the ground. What makes this fascinating is the contrast between planning and uncertainty. Maps marked landing zones, watches were synchronized, routes were studied. Yet night, wind, smoke, and confusion could scatter even the most careful plan. Still, the purpose remained clear. Hold the crossings, guard the roads, help the larger movement begin. In the silence after landing, each small group had to find its way. One of the best-known airborne objectives was Pegasus Bridge. This bridge crossed the Caine Canal and was important because it could help control movement inland. British glider troops landed nearby during the night. The landing was extraordinarily close to the target. In many accounts, the precision of it still feels astonishing. But we can understand it gently, not a spectacle, but as a moment of careful training meeting a quiet landscape. Picture the canal under moonlight, water moving slowly below the bridge, trees dark along the banks, a French village sleeping nearby. Then, in the night, gliders come down into fields. Wood and metal settle roughly onto the earth. Men climb out. Their boots touch French soil. A bridge that had been a line on a map becomes a real place beneath their feet. This matters because many great events depend upon small pieces of geography. A bridge, a crossroads, a lane between hedges, a bend in a river. Pegasus Bridge reminds us that history often gathers around narrow places, places where movement is possible, places where one side tries to pass and another tries to prevent it. And afterward, those places become names remembered for generations. After the landings, the countryside of Normandy presented its own challenges. The region was full of bocage, a landscape of small fields bordered by thick hedgerows. These hedges were not like simple garden fences. They could be dense, old, and rooted in raised banks of earth. To local farmers, they were part of the land's ordinary pattern. They marked property, they sheltered animals, they softened the wind. But for advancing vehicles, they could become obstacles. This is one of those moments where daily life and military history meet. The same hedgerow that once shaded a cow or bordered an apple orchard now shaped the movement of armies. Imagine walking through Normandy before the war. A narrow lane, stone farmhouses, apple trees, birdsong in the morning, fields divided by green walls of leaves and branches. Now imagine soldiers trying to move through that same landscape with vehicles and equipment. The countryside itself slows everything down. What makes this fascinating is that the land was not empty space. It had memory. It had habits. It had human uses built into it over centuries. And when war entered that landscape, it had to deal with the deep structure of ordinary rural life. To answer the problem of the hedgerows, soldiers and mechanics developed practical solutions. One of these was the use of hedge cutters attached to tanks. These devices helped vehicles push through the thick banks instead of being forced into narrow lanes. The idea was simple. But simple ideas can be powerful when they meet a real need. This matters because invention in wartime did not always come from distant laboratories. Sometimes it came from people on the ground noticing a problem and solving it with available materials. A mechanic studies the front of a tank. A soldier describes what happens in the fields. Metal is cut, welded, tested, adjusted. A machine designed for one kind of terrain is adapted to another. It is easy to imagine sparks falling in a repair area behind the lines, tools laid out on wooden crates, mud on boots. engines idling nearby. Someone watches the new attachment and wonders whether it will work. Over time, these practical devices helped restore movement through the Norman countryside. They remind us that history is shaped not only by grand strategy, but also by the quiet intelligence of repair crews, engineers, and ordinary problem solvers. Around the invasion, southern England became a landscape of temporary cities. Camps appeared in fields, hospitals were prepared, roads filled with vehicles, supply depots stored food, fuel, ammunition, spare parts, blankets, medical kits, and tools. To an ordinary villager, the familiar countryside may have felt transformed. A lane once used for bicycles and farm carts now carried convoys. A field once used for grazing might hold rows of tents. A barn might be used for storage. A school hall might host briefings or paperwork. Yet daily life continued around these changes. People still made tea. Children still walked past gates. Rain still fell on rooftops. Gardens still needed tending. This is important because large operations are sometimes imagined as clean diagrams on a map. But in reality, they occupy real places. They pass through villages. They leave tire tracks in mud. They borrow rooms, roads, and fields. Imagine standing at the edge of one of these temporary camps in the evening. Canvas tents shift softly in the wind. The smell of damp earth rises from the ground. A kettle boils somewhere. Men speak quietly before sleep. Beyond the hedges, an English village settles into night. For a short time, ordinary rural life and world history existed side by side. Another remarkable project was known as Pluto, the pipeline under the ocean. The idea was to carry fuel beneath the channel after the invasion. Armies depended heavily on fuel. Trucks, tanks, generators, aircraft, and supply systems all required it. Moving fuel in cans and ships was possible, but a pipeline offered another solution. Like the Mulberry Harbors, Pluto showed how technical imagination could serve practical need. The project involved cables, pipes, pumping stations, and careful installation beneath the sea. It was not a glamorous image. There were no speeches in the pipeline itself, no flags waving under the water. Yet without fuel, movement slowed. Machines waited. Plans weakened. This reminds us that the hidden systems of history are often less visible than the events they support. Imagine engineers working beside the coast. Coiled pipe rests near the water. Pumps are checked. Measurements are taken. The sea moves patiently nearby. A pipeline seems humble compared to a ship or aircraft, but its purpose was vital. It helped keep the machinery of movement alive. In that sense, Pluto was a quiet invention beneath the waves. Let us pause for a moment inside this world of preparation. Picture a morning in England before D-Day. Mist lies over fields. The grass is wet. A line of trucks waits beside a road. Inside a nearby tent, someone folds maps. In another, men shave in cold water from metal basins. Breakfast is served from large containers. Boots are cleaned. Engines are checked. Letters are placed carefully into pockets. There is no need to imagine shouting or drama. Much of history, even near great events, is made of ordinary movements. A cup lifted, a coat buttoned, a name called from a list, a mechanic wiping grease from his hands, a driver leaning against a wheel in the early light. These details matter because they return the story to human scale. The invasion was vast, but every vast event is lived in small moments. For many people, the morning before history arrived may have felt like waiting. Quiet, practical, uncertain, and deeply human. When the landings finally began, all these preparations met the reality of weather, water, geography, and human effort. Ships crossed the channel, Landing craft moved toward the beaches. Paratroopers worked inland. Engineers prepared routes. Medical teams waited. Supply crews organized the flow that would follow. The beaches themselves were not the end of the operation. They were the beginning of a larger movement inland, supplied by harbors, roads, depots, pipelines, and thousands of people whose names are rarely remembered. This matters because D-Day was not only an event of arrival, it was an event of connection. Sea to shore, shore to road, road to village, village to field, field to the next line of movement. Each connection had to hold. The story becomes more understandable when we see it this way, not only as soldiers moving forward, but as an enormous human system trying to keep food, fuel, medicine, and equipment moving behind them. The wonder lies in the coordination. So many hands, so many tools, so many small decisions, all woven together across water and land. In the end, the engineering of D-Day reminds us that history often depends on unseen labor. The famous images survive. The beaches, the ships, the aircraft, the commanders. But behind them stood quieter figures. The shipbuilder, the weather clerk, the glider pilot, the mechanic, the nurse, the driver. The engineer bent over a drawing. The farmer watching his field become a camp. The villager hearing engines in the night. Their work formed the foundation beneath the visible story. And perhaps that is why this section of World War II feels so full of quiet wonder. It shows that enormous events are not only made by force, they are made by preparation, by patience, by practical intelligence, by people who notice problems and solve them. A harbor can be carried across the sea. A pipeline can be laid beneath the waves. A tank can be adapted to a hedgerow. A weather chart can help choose a day. And a small bridge in the moonlight can become part of a much larger memory. Across Normandy, the traces of that memory still remain. In fields, in lanes, in quiet towns, in fragments of concrete along the coast, and in the knowledge that, for a brief moment, the machinery of history depended on the careful work of human hands. If the Atlantic taught lessons about distance, then the Eastern Front taught lessons about scale. The distances were immense. Forests stretched beyond the horizon. Rivers crossed entire regions. Railways ran through landscapes that seemed almost endless. Villages stood separated by miles of fields and woodland. Cities rose like islands within a vast sea of land. When people speak about World War II, they often mention the Eastern Front as one part of a larger conflict. Yet for those who lived through it, the Eastern Front was not simply a part of the war. It was a world of its own, a world shaped by distance, weather, labor, and endurance. Imagine standing beside a railway line somewhere in Eastern Europe during the early 1940s. The tracks disappear toward the horizon. A train passes slowly. Smoke drifts into the sky. Fields ripple in the wind. The landscape feels open and immense. What makes this fascinating is that such ordinary places would become connected to some of the largest movements of people, supplies, and armies in history. And through it all, ordinary life continued wherever it could. Families worked farms. Children attended school when circumstances allowed. Workers repaired roads and machinery. People adapted to conditions that seemed to change with every season. This reminds us that even in times of upheaval, daily life remains stubbornly present. The kettle still boils. The roof still needs repair. The harvest still matters. And across the Eastern Front, millions of people tried to preserve fragments of normal life within an extraordinary period of history. In June 1941, Germany launched Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union. The scale was difficult to comprehend. The front stretched across enormous distances. Columns of vehicles moved eastward. Aircraft crossed wide skies. Roads filled with movement. Yet beyond the maps and military plans lay a simpler reality. People living in towns and villages suddenly found themselves at the center of events they had not chosen. Imagine waking before sunrise in a rural community. The fields look much as they did the day before. Dew rests on grass. Birds call from trees. Smoke rises from chimneys. Then, news arrives. Rumors spread. Travelers bring reports from nearby roads. Something large is happening. Something far larger than any individual can fully understand. This matters because major historical events often arrive gradually at first, not as a single dramatic moment, but as a series of observations. More vehicles on the roads, more uncertainty in conversations, more concern in people's expressions. The invasion brought enormous consequences, but many first experienced it through these small changes in daily life, and those memories often remained vivid for decades afterward. One of the most important factors shaping the Eastern Front was geography itself. The Soviet Union covered extraordinary distances. Advancing forces did not move through a compact landscape. They moved through forests, marshes, rivers, fields, and regions separated by hundreds and sometimes thousands of kilometers. Maps began to tell a story of length as much as movement. Imagine a convoy traveling east. The road continues for hours, then days. Villages appear and disappear. The weather changes, the scenery changes, yet the journey continues. What makes this fascinating is how distance became a participant in the conflict. Every mile required fuel. Every mile required maintenance. Every mile stretched supply lines farther from their origins. The result was a constant challenge. Success depended not only on movement forward, but on keeping supplies, repairs, and communication functioning behind that movement. This reminds us that geography is never merely background. Mountains, rivers, roads, and distance all shape human decisions, and on the Eastern Front, geography often seemed as powerful as any human plan. As summer gradually gave way to autumn, another familiar force entered the story. Rain, roads that seemed manageable during dry weather, became increasingly difficult to navigate. Mud appeared across large areas. Vehicles slowed. Wagons struggled. Travel took longer than expected. This seasonal challenge became known by many as the Rasputitsa, a period when muddy conditions transformed transportation. Imagine standing beside a rural road after days of rain. Wheels sink into soft ground. Boots gather layers of mud. Horses pull steadily but slowly. The landscape appears quiet, yet movement becomes difficult. A journey that once required hours may now require much longer. This matters because nature often operates according to its own timetable. People may create plans, but weather follows different priorities. The mud did not choose sides. It simply existed, and everyone who traveled those roads had to adapt. In that sense, the Rasputitsa reminds us that history is often shaped by ordinary environmental conditions. Rain falling on a road can influence events far beyond the place where it lands. As the year progressed, colder weather arrived. Winter has always played a significant role in the history of Eastern Europe and Russia. Temperatures could fall dramatically. Snow covered fields and forests. Rivers froze. Breath became visible in the air. The landscape transformed. Imagine a village during winter. Snow rests on rooftops. Wood smoke rises from chimneys. The sound of footsteps becomes softer beneath fresh snowfall. Trees stand silent against pale skies. The world feels quieter, yet daily life continues. Firewood must be gathered, meals must be prepared, animals must be cared for. Families gather close to sources of warmth. This human experience existed alongside the larger events unfolding across the region. What makes this fascinating is how winter affects both large systems and individual lives. Machines require maintenance, roads become difficult, but people also adapt through routines. Warm clothing, hot meals, shared spaces, practical knowledge passed from one generation to another. The result was a story not simply of weather, but of resilience. A reminder that survival often depends upon preparation and community. As fighting moved closer to Moscow, the Soviet capital became a symbol of determination and endurance. Moscow was not only a political center, it was also a city of workers, families, students, shopkeepers, engineers, and countless ordinary residents. Imagine the city during a cold evening. Streetlights glow faintly. Trams move through snowy streets. People hurry home beneath winter skies. Factories continue operating. Railway stations remain busy. The city feels alive despite uncertainty. This matters because cities are more than names on maps. They are collections of human lives. When we hear about Moscow during World War II, it is easy to think of strategy and military decisions. Yet millions of ordinary experiences existed within the city. Children walking to school, workers finishing shifts, families sharing meals, neighbors exchanging news. These small moments help us understand what was being protected, not only buildings or institutions, but a living community, and communities often demonstrate remarkable endurance when faced with difficult circumstances. While Moscow became associated with winter, another city would become closely connected with endurance on an even larger scale. That city was Stalingrad, today known as Volgograd. It stood along one of Europe's great waterways, the Volga River. The Volga had long been important for transportation, trade, and communication. It connected regions across vast distances. Imagine standing beside the river before the war. Boats move along the water. Warehouses operate near the shore. Workers load cargo. Families walk along riverbanks. The river seems steady and timeless. What makes this fascinating is how natural features often remain constant while human circumstances change around them. The Volga flowed before the war. It flowed during the war, and it continued flowing afterward. For the people living near it, the river was part of daily life, a source of work, a route for transportation, a familiar presence. This reminds us that geography often provides continuity when history becomes turbulent. The river remains, generations come and go, and the water continues its journey toward the sea. The story of Stalingrad is often remembered because of its intensity. Yet another way to understand it is through endurance. For many people, survival depended upon persistence. Day after day, week after week. Imagine a resident carrying water, a worker repairing equipment, a family finding warmth during winter. The routines of life become smaller and more focused. Food, shelter, safety, community, the ordinary foundations of existence become especially important. This matters because endurance is not always dramatic. Often it appears in practical actions repeated consistently. Preparing meals, sharing supplies, helping neighbors, repairing damaged structures. The result was a city remembered not only for conflict, but also for the resilience of its people. And resilience remains one of the most enduring themes of the Eastern Front. One feature of the Eastern Front that surprises many people is the continued importance of horses. World War II is often imagined as a conflict of tanks, aircraft, and trucks. Those technologies certainly played major roles, yet horses remained essential in many regions. They pulled wagons, transported supplies, moved equipment, supported agricultural work. Imagine a country road during the war. A truck passes in one direction, a horse-drawn wagon moves in the other. The modern and the traditional share the same landscape. What makes this fascinating is how history rarely changes all at once. New technologies arrive. Older methods remain. People use whatever tools are available. The horse, a companion of human societies for thousands of years, continued serving important functions even in a conflict often described as modern. This reminds us that technological progress is rarely simple. Different eras overlap, different methods coexist, and human beings adapt accordingly. One of the most remarkable stories of the Eastern Front involved factories. As the war progressed, many Soviet industries were relocated eastward. Machinery was dismantled. Equipment was loaded onto trains. Workers traveled with the factories. Entire industrial operations moved across great distances. The goal was straightforward. Keep production alive. Imagine entering a factory building before relocation. Machines fill the floor. Tools rest beside workstations. Workers follow familiar routines. Then, gradually, everything begins to move. Machines are disassembled. Crates are packed. Rail cars are loaded. The factory itself begins a journey. This matters because moving a factory is an enormous undertaking. Moving hundreds of factories is almost difficult to imagine. Yet, it happened. The result was one of the largest industrial relocations in history. What makes this fascinating is that the story combines machinery with human experience. Workers did not simply move equipment. They moved their lives, their families, their skills, their routines, and together they rebuilt industrial communities in new locations. Many of these relocated industries found homes near the Ural Mountains. The Urals had long served as a natural dividing line between European Russia and regions farther east. During the war, they became associated with production and industry. Imagine arriving in a growing industrial town near the Urals. New buildings appear. Railways carry materials. Construction continues. Workers arrive from distant regions. The sound of machinery echoes through the air. At night, lights shine from factory windows. The community expands. This matters because industrial production is often discussed through numbers. But behind every statistic stand human beings. Engineers designing equipment, laborers operating machines, families adapting to unfamiliar surroundings, children attending new schools. The result was a network of communities built around shared purpose, and those communities helped sustain the broader effort. Their influence survived long after the conflict ended. Let us pause for a moment and step inside daily life in one of these industrial towns. Morning begins before sunrise. A whistle sounds in the distance. Workers prepare for the day. Warm clothing is gathered during winter. Breakfast is eaten quickly. People walk toward factories beneath pale skies. Inside, machines hum steadily. Conversations occur between tasks. Tea provides brief moments of comfort. Outside, trains arrive carrying materials. Others depart carrying finished products. The rhythm becomes familiar. Work, rest, meals, family, sleep. Then, another day begins. What makes this fascinating is how ordinary routines can support extraordinary achievements. The workers may not see the final destination of every item they produce, yet they understand that their labor matters. And through countless repeated actions, communities contribute to something much larger than themselves. This human dimension helps us understand the Eastern Front more clearly, not simply as a place of conflict, but as a place of work, endurance, and persistence. Railways remained central throughout this story. Tracks connected factories to cities, cities to farms, farms to ports. Materials moved constantly. Coal, steel, food, machinery, people. Imagine standing beside a railway station in the early morning. Steam rises into cold air. Workers wait on the platform. A locomotive approaches slowly. The sound echoes across the landscape. The train arrives carrying supplies from distant regions. Soon it will depart again. This matters because railways transformed vast distances into connected systems. Without them, many of the movements that defined the Eastern Front would have been impossible. The trains themselves became symbols of continuity. No matter how difficult circumstances became, the goal remained the same. Keep things moving. Keep connections alive. Keep communities supplied. In that sense, every railway line represented more than transportation. It represented resilience. As the years passed, the Eastern Front remained a place of enormous scale. Vast forests, long rivers, snow-covered plains, industrial towns, railway networks, communities adapting to constant change. The story cannot be reduced to a single city or a single event. It was a world of distances, a world of weather, a world of labor, and above all, a world of human endurance. Imagine once more a train crossing a snowy landscape at dusk. Smoke drifts into the evening sky. Lights glow softly through the windows. Passengers sit quietly inside. Outside, forests stretch toward the horizon. The journey continues, and perhaps that image captures something essential about the Eastern Front: movement through immense space, persistence despite difficulty, communities holding together through long seasons of uncertainty. The evidence of that endurance remains today in cities, railways, factories, memorials, and family memories. It is a remarkable reminder of how people can adapt when confronted by extraordinary challenges. And across the vast landscapes of the East, that spirit of perseverance became one of the defining stories of World War II. If the Eastern Front teaches us about distance across land, the Pacific War teaches us about distance across water. The Pacific Ocean is immense. Even today, when aircraft cross it in hours and ships navigate with satellites, its scale can be difficult to fully appreciate. During World War II, that scale shaped nearly every decision. Routes had to be planned carefully. Fuel mattered constantly. Communication stretched across enormous spaces, and between one island and another often lay hundreds, sometimes thousands, of miles of open ocean. Imagine standing on the deck of a ship somewhere in the Pacific. There is no coastline in sight, no mountain on the horizon, only water meeting sky in every direction. Morning becomes afternoon, afternoon becomes evening. The view changes very little, and yet beneath that apparent emptiness exists one of the largest environments on Earth. This matters because the Pacific War was not only a story of battles, it was also a story of navigation, communication, endurance, and movement through vast geography. People crossed distances that seem almost unimaginable. Sailors, pilots, engineers, nurses, radio operators. Each became part of a world connected by ocean routes, stretching farther than most had ever traveled before. The result was a conflict shaped as much by geography as by human decisions. And throughout it all, the ocean remained the constant companion. One of the events that brought the Pacific War suddenly into global attention was the attack on Pearl Harbor. Located in the Hawaiian Islands, Pearl Harbor was both a naval base and a working harbor. Before the attack, it was a place of routines. Ships arrived and departed. Repairs were completed. Messages were transmitted. Sailors followed familiar schedules. Imagine a quiet morning beside the harbor. Palm trees move gently in the breeze. The water reflects the early light. Workers begin their duties. Coffee is poured. Conversations drift across docks. The day seems ordinary. What makes Pearl Harbor memorable is that it reminds us how quickly ordinary days can become historic ones. Yet even after the attack, the story did not end there. In the months that followed, tremendous efforts were made to repair and recover. Several damaged ships were raised, repaired, and returned to service. This is an aspect of the story sometimes overlooked. The focus often falls on destruction, but recovery required its own form of determination. Imagine divers working beneath the harbor's surface, engineers studying damage, shipyard crews repairing steel and machinery. Day after day, practical work slowly restored vessels once thought lost. The result was a reminder that rebuilding is often just as important as enduring. Only a few months later came one of the most unusual operations of the war, the Doolittle Raid. A small group of American bombers launched from an aircraft carrier and flew toward Japan. The mission itself was remarkable because aircraft carriers were not usually associated with launching medium bombers of that size. What makes this fascinating is the creativity involved. People looked at a difficult situation and searched for possibilities. Imagine standing on the deck of a carrier early in the morning. The ocean stretches endlessly around the ship. The deck feels crowded. Aircraft wait in careful rows. Crews make final checks. Wind moves across the water. The horizon remains empty. Then, one aircraft after another begins its journey. For those watching, the sight must have felt unusual. Large aircraft lifting from a moving ship in the middle of the ocean. This reminds us that innovation often emerges when people face unexpected challenges. New solutions appear. Old assumptions are questioned. And sometimes operations become memorable precisely because they seem unlikely at first glance. The memory of the Doolittle Raid endured because it represented imagination combined with determination. As the war continued, attention increasingly turned toward a place called Midway. Midway Atoll is small. On a map of the Pacific, it can appear almost insignificant. A scattering of land surrounded by a vast ocean. Yet this is one of history's recurring lessons. Small places can become important because of where they are located. Imagine flying above Midway before the war. You would see tiny islands surrounded by deep blue water. Waves break against shorelines. Seabirds circle overhead. The ocean dominates everything. What makes this fascinating is the contrast between size and significance. The islands themselves were small. The surrounding ocean was enormous. Yet decisions made there influenced the broader course of events across the Pacific. This reminds us that geography often shapes history in subtle ways. A harbor, a bridge, a railway junction, an island. Their importance comes not from their size, but from their position within larger networks. And Midway became one of those places whose name would be remembered far beyond its physical dimensions. The Pacific Theater is often associated with a strategy known as island hopping. Rather than focusing equally on every island, planners selected certain locations while bypassing others. The goal was practical. Resources were limited. Distances were vast. Choices had to be made carefully. Imagine studying a map of the Pacific spread across a large table. Hundreds of islands appear across the blue expanse. Some are volcanic, some are coral atolls, Some contain mountains, forests, or lagoons. Most are separated by tremendous distances. The map itself begins to reveal the challenge. Movement was never simply from one place to another. It involved oceans, weather, fuel supplies, navigation, and communication. This matters because island hopping was ultimately about geography. How do you move across one of the largest bodies of water on Earth? How do you maintain connections between distant locations? The answer required planning, logistics, and patience, and behind every line drawn on a map stood ships, crews, aircraft, and support personnel carrying out the daily work of movement. Let us pause for a moment and imagine life on one of these remote Pacific islands. The air feels warm. Palm trees sway gently above sandy beaches. The scent of salt water mixes with tropical vegetation. Rain showers arrive suddenly and then pass. Bird calls drift through the trees. At first glance, the setting appears peaceful, yet daily life could also be demanding. Fresh water required careful management. Supplies had to arrive from far away. Heat and humidity affected both people and equipment. What makes this fascinating is the contrast between beauty and difficulty. Many islands looked almost idyllic. Blue lagoons, green forests, white beaches. Yet maintaining operations there required constant effort. Engineers built roads, construction crews cleared airfields, workers unloaded cargo, medical personnel cared for the sick and injured. The result was a landscape transformed by human activity while still retaining much of its natural character. This reminds us that environments shape people just as people shape environments. Among the most challenging environments in the Pacific were the dense tropical jungles found on many islands. Jungle landscapes differed dramatically from the open plains of Eastern Europe or the coastal waters of the Atlantic. Visibility could be limited. Vegetation grew thick and fast. Rainfall was frequent. Paths often disappeared beneath new growth. Imagine walking along a narrow trail beneath a canopy of leaves. Sunlight filters through branches overhead. The air feels heavy with moisture. Insects hum quietly nearby. Every step seems surrounded by greenery. What makes this fascinating is how completely different the experience of war could be depending on location. The same global conflict contained deserts, frozen plains, cities, mountains, forests, and tropical islands. Each environment demanded different skills, different equipment, different routines. This reminds us that World War II was truly global. People encountered landscapes they had never imagined before, and many carried memories of those places for the rest of their lives. Because the Pacific covered such enormous distances, communication became especially important. Messages often traveled through radio networks connecting ships, islands, and command centers separated by thousands of miles. Among the most remarkable communication stories involves the Navajo code talkers. Members of the Navajo Nation developed and used a code based on their language to help transmit military messages securely. What makes this fascinating is the connection between ancient traditions and modern technology. Radio equipment represented 20th century communication. The Navajo language carried centuries of cultural heritage. Together, they formed an effective system. Imagine a radio operator sitting beside equipment on a Pacific island. The room is warm. Generators hum nearby. Static crackles through headphones. A message arrives. Words are spoken carefully. The operator listens closely. Outside, waves break against the shore. Inside, communication links distant places together. This matters because wars are not only fought through movement and machinery, they are also shaped by information. Messages, instructions, reports, the ability to communicate effectively across enormous distances, became one of the defining challenges of the Pacific theater. And the contribution of the Navajo code talkers remains a remarkable reminder of the value of language, culture, and human ingenuity. Throughout the Pacific, navigation itself became an essential skill. The ocean offered few visible landmarks. Ships relied on charts, instruments, weather reports, and careful observation. Pilots crossing long distances often navigated using stars, compasses, and calculations. Imagine a navigator aboard a ship at night. The deck is quiet. The sky above is filled with stars. The ocean reflects faint silver light from the moon. Charts lie open nearby. Measurements are checked carefully. The ship continues steadily forward. What makes this fascinating is that ancient and modern methods often existed side by side. People used radios and engines, yet they still looked to the stars. The same celestial objects that guided sailors centuries earlier continued helping travelers cross the Pacific. This reminds us that some human experiences remain surprisingly constant. The desire to find direction, the need to know where we are, the comfort of recognizing familiar points in the sky. Across thousands of miles of ocean, those small lights above remained reliable companions. As the years passed, the Pacific War gradually moved toward its conclusion. The geography remained vast. The ocean remained immense. Yet the nature of events began to change. Attention increasingly shifted toward ending the conflict and imagining what peace might look like afterward. One particularly significant moment came with the announcement of Japan's surrender. For many people, the news arrived through radio broadcasts. Imagine families gathered around radios in homes, workers listening during breaks, sailors hearing reports aboard ships, people pausing to absorb the information. The sound travels across continents and oceans, a message carried through the air. This matters because major historical moments are often experienced in surprisingly ordinary settings. A kitchen, a workshop, a railway station, a ship's mess hall. The event may be global, but the experience remains personal. People remember where they were, who stood nearby, what they heard, how the room felt in that moment, and so large history becomes connected to individual memory. The formal surrender ceremony took place aboard the battleship US Missouri. The ship rested in Tokyo Bay. Representatives gathered. Documents were signed. The conflict officially came to an end. Imagine the scene. The bay is calm. Ships rest on the water. The sky stretches above the harbor. People assemble quietly. Pens touch paper. Signatures are written. The ceremony itself is measured and orderly. What makes this fascinating is how many enormous events ultimately conclude through simple human actions. A document signed, a handshake offered, a decision accepted. The war that had crossed oceans and continents now moved toward its conclusion through words written on a page. This reminds us that peace, like war, depends upon human choices, and those choices often occur in quiet moments. Let us pause once more and imagine an ordinary evening somewhere in the Pacific after the fighting has ended. A harbor rests beneath the fading light. Ships sit quietly at anchor. The day's work is complete. Waves lap gently against hulls. Palm trees sway in the breeze. Far above, stars begin to appear. People write letters home. Others walk along docks. Some simply sit and watch the water. The great machinery of movement has begun to slow. This human moment matters because the Pacific story was never only about strategy or geography. It was about people crossing immense distances, people adapting to unfamiliar environments, people finding ways to communicate, navigate, and endure. The ocean connected all of them. sometimes as a barrier, sometimes as a pathway, always as a presence. And perhaps that is why the Pacific Theater continues to inspire such wonder. Its scale remains astonishing. Its distances remain difficult to imagine. Its islands remain scattered across one of the largest expanses on Earth. Yet throughout that vastness, people built connections. They crossed oceans. They shared messages. They repaired ships. They navigated by stars. They worked on remote islands surrounded by endless water. And, in doing so, they became part of a story that stretched from tiny coral atolls to great harbors, from tropical forests to open seas, and from moments of uncertainty to the gradual return of peace. Across the Pacific Ocean, the evidence of those journeys still remains. In harbors, in airfields, in memorials, in family stories, and in the enduring memory of a world connected by water. By the time much of Europe found itself under occupation, daily life had become something quieter and more complicated than many people expected. The great armies still moved across maps. Governments still issued orders. Yet for millions of ordinary people, life became a matter of smaller decisions. A closed curtain, a whispered conversation, a folded piece of paper hidden inside a coat, a knock at the door after dark. These small moments rarely appeared in official reports, but they shaped the experience of countless families throughout World War II. What makes this fascinating is that resistance was not always dramatic. Often it was quiet. Often it happened in kitchens, attics, workshops, churches, farms, and apartments. And in many cases, survival depended not upon weapons, but upon patience, courage, and trust. Imagine a narrow street in an occupied city. The shop signs are familiar. The buildings have not changed. Children still walk to school. Bakers still open their doors in the morning. Yet something feels different. Soldiers stand at intersections. Rules appear on notice boards. Certain conversations stop whenever strangers approach. The street remains the same. Life does not. And so people learned to move carefully through a world that had become uncertain. The result was a daily existence shaped by caution and quiet observation. In that sense, the history of occupation is not only the history of armies, it is the history of ordinary people learning how to endure. One of the most common features of occupied life was the curfew. As evening arrived, streets emptied. Windows glowed softly behind drawn curtains. Footsteps became less frequent. The sound of bicycles faded. Shops closed early. Families gathered indoors. A city that had once been lively after sunset became strangely quiet. For many children, these curfews simply became part of life. They grew accustomed to seeing dark streets and silent squares. Adults, meanwhile, often measured time differently. Every trip outside carried a little more significance. Every journey required planning. The result was a world that seemed to shrink. People still lived in the same cities, but their freedom of movement became far more limited. This reminds us how quickly daily routines can change when circumstances alter the rules of ordinary life. Yet even in these conditions, people found ways to communicate. One remarkable example was the underground newspaper. Across occupied Europe, secret publications appeared in hidden locations. Some were produced in basements. Others emerged from spare rooms or workshops. A few were printed using equipment that had been carefully concealed for years. Imagine a small group gathered around a table late at night. A lamp burns softly. Sheets of paper are stacked nearby. Someone types carefully. Another person checks spelling. Another folds finished copies. Outside, the street appears perfectly ordinary. Inside, information is being preserved and shared. The newspapers carried news, opinions, encouragement, and sometimes simple reminders that people were not alone. A single sheet of paper could travel from hand to hand across an entire neighborhood. Readers often passed copies to trusted friends before quietly destroying them. The paper itself was fragile. The ideas it carried could travel much farther. It is a remarkable reminder that communication can become precious when it is restricted. While newspapers carried information, countless individuals carried messages. Some traveled by bicycle. Some walked. Others blended into crowds at railway stations. Many appeared completely ordinary. That was often their greatest advantage. A young woman carrying groceries might also be carrying important documents. A farmer delivering produce might also be delivering information. A student walking through a city might also be serving as a courier. The work required patience rather than speed. It required memory rather than technology. Most of all, it required trust. Imagine standing in a busy station. Steam drifts above the tracks. Passengers move between platforms. Suitcases scrape against stone floors. Among the crowd, a message changes hands. No speeches are given. No one notices. Yet history quietly continues. What makes these stories fascinating is how often they depended upon ordinary appearances. The extraordinary was frequently hidden inside the ordinary. Before continuing further, it is worth pausing for a moment to picture daily life in this occupied world. Imagine a modest apartment. The furniture is worn but familiar. A stove warms the kitchen. A pot simmers gently. Children complete schoolwork at a wooden table. A grandmother knits beside a window. Outside, bicycles pass along cobbled streets. Some food is harder to obtain than it once was. Certain items have disappeared from shop shelves. Yet meals are still prepared. Birthdays are still celebrated. Neighbors still exchange greetings. Life continues. This matters because survival was not only about avoiding danger, it was also about preserving normality. Every shared meal, every family gathering, every familiar routine became a small act of endurance. Across Europe, some families chose to hide those who were being pursued. These decisions often began quietly. A spare room, an attic, a concealed space behind a wall, a hidden door. At first glance, many of these homes appeared entirely ordinary. Laundry hung outside. Gardens were tended. Meals were prepared. Visitors arrived for tea. Yet another life might exist beyond a concealed panel or behind a bookcase. Imagine hearing footsteps below while remaining completely silent above. Imagine measuring days through sounds drifting upward from another room. The creak of floorboards, the clatter of dishes, the distant ringing of church bells, the passing of seasons seen through a small window. For those in hiding, patience became part of daily life. For those offering shelter, responsibility became part of daily life as well. The result was a partnership built upon trust and courage. One of the most widely remembered examples is the story of Anne Frank. For more than 2 years, she and others lived in concealed rooms above a business in Amsterdam. Her diary described not grand military events, but daily thoughts, hopes, frustrations, and observations. That perspective matters because it reminds us that history is often experienced one day at a time. The diary survives as a deeply human record of ordinary life under extraordinary circumstances. And through those pages, the voice of a young person continues to be heard long after the war itself ended. Not all acts of survival involved hiding. Some depended upon paper. false papers became essential tools across occupied territories. Documents could alter identities, a different name, a different birthplace, a different occupation, a different story. Creating such papers required skill and precision. Printers, artists, photographers, and clerks all contributed. Imagine someone sitting carefully at a desk. Ink dries beneath a lamp. A photograph is trimmed. A stamp is applied. A signature is copied. The finished document fits easily into a pocket, yet it may determine whether a person can travel, work, or remain safe. What makes this fascinating is how much depended upon details. A single error could raise questions. A successful document could open a path forward. The result was a hidden world of craftsmanship devoted to survival. While some people moved secretly through occupied Europe, others sought escape across borders. Mountain paths became important. Remote farms became important. Fishing boats became important. Even weather sometimes became important. Clouds, fog, and darkness often provided cover for difficult journeys. Imagine a group walking quietly through the countryside at night. The air is cool. Grass bends beneath their feet. A distant dog barks somewhere beyond the hills. No one speaks loudly. The destination remains far away. Yet each step brings hope. Escape lines developed to guide people through complicated routes. Helpers provided food, directions, shelter, and transportation. Most participants knew only a small portion of the overall network. That secrecy helped protect everyone involved. It is a remarkable reminder of how cooperation can flourish even under difficult circumstances. One of the most inspiring rescue efforts occurred in Denmark. As danger increased for the country's Jewish population, thousands were helped across the water to neutral Sweden. Fishing boats played an important role. The distances involved were often short. The risks were not. Imagine a small vessel leaving shore before dawn. The sea is calm. Cold air drifts across the deck. Lights shimmer faintly on the horizon. Passengers remain quiet. The crossing may take only hours. Its significance could last a lifetime. The result was the rescue of most Danish Jews, an achievement that remains one of the most remarkable humanitarian stories of the war. What makes this story memorable is not its scale alone. It is the number of ordinary individuals who chose to help. Far from Denmark, another remarkable figure was Shayuni Sugihara. Working as a diplomat, he issued transit visas that helped thousands of refugees continue their journeys. Imagine sitting at a desk for hour after hour, writing document after document. Ink stains your fingers. Stacks of papers grow higher. People wait anxiously nearby. Each signature represents possibility. Each stamp represents movement. The result was that many lives were changed through the simple act of providing paperwork. This reminds us that compassion can sometimes take administrative forms. A pen can become as meaningful as any larger gesture. Another rescue effort became known as the Kindertransport. Before the war expanded across Europe, thousands of children were transported to safety, primarily to Britain. Many traveled without their parents. Railway stations became places of both hope and sadness. Imagine standing beside a train. Steam drifts upward. Suitcases rest on the platform. Parents offer final instructions. Children try to be brave. The train begins to move. Hands wave through windows. The distance grows. For many families, that moment remained unforgettable. The result was safety for thousands of young people. Yet it also involved separation, uncertainty, and longing. History often contains both relief and sorrow at the same time. As the war continued, individuals such as Oskar Schindler and Raoul Wallenberg became known for efforts that helped protect many lives. Their methods differed, their circumstances differed, yet both demonstrated how individual choices could matter enormously. What makes these stories fascinating is that they often began with practical actions: lists, documents, housing, transportation, daily problem solving. The human scale remained central. Lives were protected one person at a time, one family at a time, one decision at a time. Before leaving this section, let us return once more to the world of ordinary people. Picture an attic room beneath a sloping roof. Picture a bicycle leaning against a stone wall. Picture a folded newspaper hidden beneath floorboards. Picture a railway platform disappearing into morning mist. Picture a kitchen where neighbors speak quietly over cups of coffee. Picture a fishing boat crossing dark water toward safety. These places rarely appear at the center of military maps, yet they formed an essential part of the world of World War II. The history of resistance, rescue, and survival is not only a history of large events. It is also a history of homes, of streets, of papers, of trains, of conversations held in low voices, of people helping one another when circumstances became difficult. And perhaps that is why these stories endure. They remind us that even in uncertain times, kindness, courage, patience, and cooperation can leave lasting traces. The memory endured long after the war itself passed into history. While armies moved across continents, another kind of work continued far from the front lines. It happened under factory roofs, in hospital wards, on airfields, in repair shops, in offices filled with paperwork, telephones, maps, and schedules. Across World War II, women entered places of labor that had once been mostly closed to them, and in doing so, they helped keep entire nations moving. This was not always glamorous work. Often it was repetitive. Often it was tiring. Often it began before sunrise and ended after dark. Yet it mattered. A plane could not fly without thousands of hands building its wings. A wounded soldier could not recover without nurses changing bandages through the night. A message could not travel without operators, clerks, drivers, and radio workers keeping systems alive. The result was a wartime world in which women became visible in new ways. Not because they had been absent before, but because the demands of war revealed how much skill, patience, and endurance they had always carried. Imagine an aircraft factory in the early morning. The air smells faintly of oil, metal, and warm machinery. Rows of lights glow above long workbenches. The floor vibrates gently with the rhythm of tools. Women in coveralls and headscarves measure, drill, rivet, inspect, and assemble. Some are young, some are mothers, some had never worked in a factory before. Now they learn the language of blueprints, gauges, aluminum sheets, and engine parts. This matters because each finished aircraft was not only a machine, it was the result of thousands of careful actions repeated day after day. A rivet placed correctly, a seam checked by hand, a part carried from one station to another. Over time, these small actions became part of an enormous industrial effort. The famous image of Rosie the Riveter came to symbolize this world. But behind the symbol were real women, standing for long hours beneath factory lights. They packed lunches before work. They traveled by bus or train. They returned home tired, sometimes to care for children, parents, or younger siblings. Their contribution was not a poster. It was a routine. It was labor. It was skill learned under pressure, and in that sense, the factory became one of the quiet theaters of wartime endurance. Across the Soviet Union, another remarkable group of women became known as the Night Witches. They were female pilots who flew small light aircraft during nighttime missions. Their planes were simple, their conditions were difficult. They often flew in darkness, cold, and danger. Yet their story can be understood gently, not as a tale of drama, but as a tale of discipline. Picture a quiet airfield at night. The ground is dark, the air is sharp. A small aircraft waits beneath the stars. A pilot checks her controls with practiced care. Nearby mechanics and crew members move softly through the shadows. There is no grand ceremony. Only preparation, only concentration, only the steady rhythm of people doing difficult work because it has to be done. What makes this fascinating is the contrast between the simplicity of the machines and the courage required to use them. These women flew not with comfort, but with persistence. Their story reminds us that bravery is often quiet before it is remembered loudly. Women also served as nurses in every theater of the war. Their world was made of beds, bandages, medicine, footsteps, and long hours. In field hospitals, military hospitals, ships, and recovery wards, nurses worked through exhaustion. They cleaned wounds, measured temperatures, wrote notes, carried trays, comforted frightened patients, listened to stories from men far from home. Imagine a hospital ward in the dim hours before dawn. A lamp burns low. Rain taps against a window. Someone coughs softly. A nurse walks between beds, careful not to wake those who are finally sleeping. Her shoes make a faint sound on the floor. Her hands are tired, yet she continues. This matters because medicine is not only invention and equipment, it is also presence. It is someone staying nearby when another person is weak, afraid, or far from family. The war created enormous need for this kind of care, and women answered that need with patience that is difficult to measure. Beyond factories and hospitals, women also flew aircraft from factories to military bases. In the United States, the Women Air Force Service Pilots, often called WASPs, helped ferry planes across long distances. They flew many types of aircraft. They learned quickly. They navigated weather, mechanical issues, and unfamiliar routes. Imagine a pilot climbing into a cockpit just after sunrise. The field is still cool. Mist rests low over the runway. The aircraft is newly built, its metal catching pale morning light. She checks the instruments. She studies the route. Then, the engine begins to turn. The work was practical. The plane needed to reach its destination. Someone had to take it there. And so these women flew. The result was a quiet expansion of what many people believed women could do, not through argument alone, but through competence, through repetition, through work completed safely and well. In Britain, women served in auxiliary services, drove ambulances, worked anti-aircraft sites, repaired equipment, decoded messages, and helped keep public systems functioning. Some worked in farms as part of the Women's Land Army. They rose early, pulled on boots, and walked into fields still wet with dew. They milked cows, harvested crops, drove tractors, mended fences, learned the rhythm of weather and soil. Picture a field in late afternoon. A woman in work clothes bends over rows of vegetables. Birds move across a pale sky. A farmhouse chimney sends a thin thread of smoke upward. Dinner will be simple. The body will be tired. But the work will matter. This reminds us that war was sustained not only by factories and ships, but by food, by harvests, by farms, by hands working the land, and often those hands belonged to women. At home, many women carried double burdens. They worked for wages during the day and managed households in the evening. They stood in ration lines, repaired clothing, saved scraps, planted gardens, wrote letters, raised children, cared for elders, kept homes functioning when ordinary supplies were scarce. It is easy to imagine a kitchen at night, a small lamp, a kettle warming on the stove, a uniform jacket hanging near the door, a child asleep in the next room. A woman sits at the table writing a letter slowly, choosing words that will carry comfort across distance. This too was war work, not official, not always recorded, but essential, because morale was often kept alive through small acts of steadiness. A meal stretched carefully, a letter sent faithfully, a child reassured, a home kept warm. By the end of the war, millions of women had gained new skills and new public visibility. Some returned to earlier domestic roles, some remained in the workforce. Some carried forward a changed understanding of their own abilities. The world did not transform evenly or immediately. History rarely moves so neatly. But something had shifted. Women had built aircraft, flown planes, treated wounds, grown food, driven vehicles, worked machines, handled codes, managed offices, and held families together through years of uncertainty. The evidence still survives today in photographs, uniforms, letters, tools, and memories. A woman standing beside a half-built wing, a nurse smiling faintly outside a ward, a pilot leaning against an aircraft, a farm worker resting in a field. Each image is quiet. Each image tells part of a larger story. And what the story reminds us is simple. World War II was not carried by soldiers alone. It was carried by hands at work everywhere. Some held tools, some held maps, some held bandages, some held letters, some held children close during long evenings at home. Together, they kept the world moving, one careful task at a time. When people think about World War II, they often picture vast armies, enormous factories, and ships crossing distant oceans. Yet another side of the war unfolded in much smaller places. It unfolded beside hospital beds, inside field kitchens, around campfires, at aid stations, in crowded apartments, in the hands of doctors, nurses, cooks, and relief workers. This was the world of medicine, comfort, and small necessities. It was a world where a warm meal could lift spirits, where a package from home could brighten an entire week, where a newly available medicine could save lives that might previously have been lost. What makes this fascinating is that large events often depended upon very small things. A bandage, a chocolate bar, a cup of soup, a shipment of medicine, a loaf of bread. The result was a hidden history of care and survival that stretched across the entire conflict. Imagine a military hospital during the war. The building is busy but quiet. Footsteps move along polished floors. The scent of disinfectant hangs lightly in the air. Sunlight filters through windows onto rows of beds. Doctors review notes. Nurses carry supplies. Patients rest beneath blankets. Outside, the wider world continues its uncertain journey. Inside, attention focuses on recovery. One of the most important medical developments of the era was the expanded use of penicillin. The medicine had been discovered before the war, but wartime demands encouraged large-scale production. Before antibiotics became widely available, even relatively ordinary infections could become dangerous. A wound that appeared manageable might lead to serious complications. Doctors understood this challenge well. For centuries, medicine had often struggled against infection. Now a new tool was becoming available. Imagine a doctor opening a small container of medicine. Nothing about its appearance seems extraordinary. It occupies little space. It weighs very little. Yet within it rests a possibility that earlier generations could scarcely imagine. Patients who once faced uncertain outcomes now had improved chances of recovery. The result was not perfection. Medicine remained difficult. Hospitals remained busy. But penicillin helped change countless individual stories. This reminds us that some of history's greatest transformations arrive quietly, not through speeches, not through monuments, but through practical solutions that gradually improve human lives. Alongside antibiotics came advances in blood plasma and blood transfusion systems. Medical workers learned new ways to collect, store, and transport blood for wounded patients. The process required planning, organization, and cooperation. Imagine workers carefully labeling containers, vehicles transporting supplies along crowded roads, doctors waiting for shipments to arrive. The system itself became a kind of lifeline, a chain connecting donors, technicians, drivers, nurses, and patients. What makes this fascinating is how many people contributed to a single act of care. A patient receiving treatment might never meet the individuals who made that treatment possible, yet their efforts were present nonetheless. In that sense, medicine became another example of large numbers of ordinary people working together toward a common purpose. Yet survival involved more than hospitals. It also involved food. And during wartime, food often carried emotional importance far beyond nutrition. Imagine a soldier opening a ration package after a long day. The meal is simple, perhaps not particularly memorable, yet it is dependable. And dependability matters. Among the most familiar wartime foods were K rations. Designed to be portable and practical, they accompanied service members across many different environments. Inside a compact package might be biscuits, canned items, powdered beverages, chewing gum, or chocolate. Nothing luxurious, everything useful. The result was a meal that could travel almost anywhere. What makes this fascinating is how quickly people formed opinions about these rations. Some items became favorites. Others became subjects of gentle complaint. Even during wartime, people remained people. They still discussed food. They still compared meals. They still appreciated variety whenever it appeared. This reminds us that ordinary preferences survive even in extraordinary circumstances. Among the most beloved comforts of the war was chocolate. Chocolate appeared in ration packs, care packages, and relief shipments. It was compact. It stored reasonably well. Most importantly, it offered familiarity. Imagine receiving a small piece of chocolate after weeks of routine meals. The taste is familiar. The texture is familiar. For a brief moment, it may remind someone of home, perhaps of a family kitchen, perhaps of a holiday gathering, perhaps of childhood. The chocolate itself is small. The memory it carries can be much larger. What makes this fascinating is the emotional power of familiar foods. Comfort often arrives through the senses. A smell, a flavor, a texture. The war created countless situations in which those small comforts became deeply meaningful. Another food that became famous during the war was Spam. Originally developed before the conflict, it proved practical because it could be transported, stored, and prepared in many different ways. For some people, it became a welcome source of nourishment. For others, it became something they saw rather frequently. Imagine a cook standing in a busy kitchen. Pots simmer gently. Steam rises toward the ceiling. Workers move from table to table preparing meals. Ingredients are limited. Creativity becomes important. A familiar canned product appears once again. The cook smiles knowingly. Dinner will require imagination. The result was a wartime culinary culture shaped by adaptation. People learned to make meals from whatever was available, and in doing so, they demonstrated remarkable resourcefulness. Before moving further, let us pause for a moment inside the daily world of food and care. Picture a modest apartment during wartime. A soup pot bubbles softly on the stove. The smell of onions and vegetables fills the room. A loaf of bread sits on the table. The meal is simple. The portions are careful. Yet family members gather together. Conversation drifts from school to work to neighbors and letters from afar. Outside, the larger conflict continues. Inside, life remains rooted in ordinary rituals. This matters because meals provided more than calories. They provided routine. They provided familiarity. They reminded people that some parts of life could still feel normal. Unfortunately, not every region experienced adequate food supplies. As the war drew toward its end, parts of Europe suffered severe shortages. One particularly difficult episode became known as the Hunger Winter in the Netherlands. Transportation systems had been disrupted. Food deliveries became increasingly difficult. Many families faced profound hardship. Imagine a cold winter morning. Frost covers windows. The air inside the home feels chilly. People search carefully for fuel and food. Every available resource becomes valuable. Meals become smaller. Choices become fewer. The result was a period of genuine suffering for many civilians. What makes this story important is not only the hardship itself, but the resilience people displayed while enduring it. Communities shared resources. Neighbors helped neighbors. Families adapted as best they could. History often reveals extraordinary endurance in the face of difficult circumstances. Yet, hardship was sometimes followed by relief. As conditions improved in some areas, food drops became symbols of hope. Aircraft delivered supplies to populations experiencing shortages. Imagine looking upward and hearing the distant sound of engines. People emerge from homes and gather in open spaces. Packages descend from the sky. Within them are food and essential supplies. The contents are practical. Flour, canned goods, basic necessities, yet their arrival carries emotional significance. The result is not merely nourishment, it is reassurance. A reminder that assistance has arrived. A reminder that difficult periods do not last forever. In hospitals, care packages often served a similar purpose. Letters, photographs, books, knitted clothing, and small gifts traveled great distances. Imagine a patient opening a parcel. Inside is a handwritten note. Perhaps there is a photograph, perhaps a favorite snack, perhaps a scarf made by someone at home. The objects themselves are simple, yet they carry something larger. Connection, memory, affection. What makes this fascinating is that comfort often travels through ordinary objects. A photograph can reduce loneliness. A letter can provide encouragement. A familiar item can restore a sense of belonging. These small necessities mattered because they reminded people who they were beyond the war. As World War II continued, advances in medicine saved lives. Food sustained communities. Relief efforts reached struggling populations. Yet throughout all of these developments, one theme remained constant: care. Doctors cared for patients. Nurses cared for the wounded. Families cared for one another. Neighbors shared food. Aid workers delivered supplies. Pilots transported medicine. Volunteers packed parcels. The evidence survives not only in records and statistics, but in memories. A warm bowl of soup. A carefully preserved letter. A piece of chocolate shared among friends. A doctor arriving with medicine. A package delivered after months of waiting. These moments may seem small beside the vast scale of the war, yet for the people who experienced them, they often became unforgettable. And perhaps that is why this history remains so meaningful. World War II was shaped by enormous events, but it was also shaped by acts of care repeated countless times. One patient, one meal, one package, one helping hand. Again and again, until the long years of conflict finally began to fade into memory. After spending time among factories, hospitals, supply routes, and crowded cities, it is pleasant to pause for a while and visit a gentler corner of the world of World War II. For alongside the soldiers, nurses, sailors, factory workers, and civilians, there were also animals. Some served practical purposes. Some offered companionship. Some carried messages. Some simply provided comfort during uncertain times. What makes this fascinating is that animals did not understand the politics of the conflict. They did not study maps or follow military plans, yet they became part of countless human stories. A dog waiting faithfully beside a soldier, a cat sleeping aboard a ship, a pigeon crossing great distances through changing weather. Again and again, animals appeared as quiet companions in a world that often felt uncertain. Their presence brought familiarity, and sometimes it brought hope. One of the most remarkable animal stories of the war involves pigeons. Today, instant communication feels ordinary. Messages travel around the world in moments. But during World War II, reliable communication could sometimes be surprisingly difficult. Radios failed. Telephone lines were damaged. Weather interrupted signals. In such situations, pigeons occasionally became important messengers. Imagine a small pigeon resting calmly inside a carrier basket. Nearby, soldiers prepare equipment. Vehicles move along muddy roads. Clouds drift overhead. At the appropriate moment, the bird is released. For a brief instant it circles. Then it turns toward home and disappears into the distance. The journey ahead may cover many miles. Fields pass below. Rivers wind through the landscape. Villages appear and vanish. Yet somehow the pigeon continues. The result was the delivery of messages that might otherwise have been delayed or lost. This reminds us that even in an age of machines, nature still had an important role to play. Some pigeons became so reliable that they earned special recognition after the war. Their stories survive because they performed tasks that seem almost unbelievable today. One famous pigeon, known as Sher Ami from an earlier conflict, had already demonstrated what pigeons could accomplish under difficult circumstances. During World War II, many others continued that tradition. Imagine a handler carefully caring for these birds. Food is measured, shelters are cleaned, records are maintained. The pigeons themselves remain calm and ordinary. They do not know that people will one day remember their journeys. They simply follow instincts refined over countless generations. What makes this fascinating is the contrast between simplicity and importance. A small bird, weighing only a few ounces, could carry information that mattered enormously to the people waiting for it. And in that sense, pigeons became unexpected partners in a very human struggle. Dogs also appeared throughout the wartime world. Their roles varied greatly. Some served as guard dogs, others worked alongside rescue teams. Many simply lived with military units or civilian families. Yet regardless of their duties, dogs often provided something difficult to measure: companionship. Imagine a military camp at dusk. The day's work is ending. A cooking fire glows softly. Voices drift through the cool evening air. Nearby, a dog wanders between groups of people, accepting scratches behind the ears and bits of food from willing hands. For a few moments, conversations become lighter. People smile. Someone is reminded of a pet waiting at home. The result is a brief sense of normality. This matters because morale is often strengthened by simple things: a familiar routine, a shared joke, a loyal animal sitting nearby. These comforts may appear small, but their emotional value can be surprisingly large. Many soldiers later remembered dogs not because of dramatic incidents, but because of everyday companionship. A dog greeting them in the morning, a dog accompanying walks around camp, a dog sleeping peacefully nearby during moments of rest. The memories endured because they represented ordinary life continuing amid extraordinary circumstances. Animals often have a remarkable ability to make unfamiliar places feel more familiar. Cats played a similar role, particularly at sea. Throughout history, ships had frequently carried cats. World War II was no exception. Part of their practical purpose involved controlling rodents aboard vessels, but sailors often valued them for another reason. Cats brought personality to long voyages. Imagine a merchant ship crossing the Atlantic Ocean. Gray water stretches toward every horizon. The engines produce a steady vibration. The wind moves across the deck. Days blend into one another. Then a ship's cat appears. Perhaps it strolls confidently through a corridor. Perhaps it curls up beside a warm pipe. Perhaps it settles comfortably in a favorite location known to the entire crew. The cat becomes part of daily life, part of the routine, part of the ship's identity. What makes this fascinating is how quickly people form attachments to animals during long periods away from home. A familiar cat can become a source of conversation, a source of amusement, a source of comfort, and comfort mattered greatly during long ocean crossings. Before continuing, let us pause briefly and picture one of these journeys. Imagine standing on the deck of a merchant vessel at sunset. The sea rolls gently beneath the ship. The horizon glows gold and orange. Seabirds wheel in the distance. The air smells faintly of salt. Somewhere nearby, a cat stretches lazily in a patch of warmth. Crew members speak quietly as evening approaches. For a moment, the vast war beyond the horizon feels far away. Scenes like this remind us that daily life continued even amid global events. The world was still filled with ordinary moments. Animals often helped create those moments. Dogs and cats were not the only companions people remembered. Horses continued to play important roles throughout the war as well. Although the conflict is often associated with tanks, aircraft, and modern machines, millions of horses remained part of transportation systems across many regions. Imagine a rural road during wartime. Morning mist hangs low above fields. A wagon moves steadily forward. Hooves strike the earth with a familiar rhythm. The scene could almost belong to an earlier century, yet it exists alongside trucks, aircraft, and radios. The result was a wartime world where old and new technologies often existed side by side. What makes this fascinating is how easily we forget the persistence of traditional methods. Even during an era of rapid technological change, animals remained essential in many places. The evidence still appears in photographs, showing horses pulling supplies through mud, snow, and difficult terrain. Yet perhaps the most enduring animal stories are not about transportation or communication. They are about friendship. Across countless homes, farms, camps, hospitals, and ships, animals provided emotional support without realizing it. Imagine a child living through wartime uncertainty. The world feels complicated. Adults discuss serious matters. Routines have changed, yet a family dog still waits by the door. A cat still curls up beside the fireplace. A bird still sings outside the window. The familiar remains familiar, and that can be deeply reassuring. This reminds us that comfort often arrives through simple, ordinary experiences. Animals rarely solved large problems. They rarely changed the course of history. Yet they helped people endure history, and that is meaningful in its own way. As World War II continued, millions of people encountered animals that became part of their memories. A pigeon disappearing into the sky, a dog greeting workers at a factory gate, a horse pulling a wagon along a country road, a cat watching waves from the deck of a ship. Small moments, quiet moments, yet memorable ones. The scale of World War II was enormous. It stretched across continents and oceans. It involved governments, armies, industries, and entire populations. But alongside all of that complexity were these simpler stories. Stories of feathers, fur, loyalty, routine, and companionship. The memory endured because animals reminded people of something important. Even during difficult times, the world still contained warmth, still contained affection, still contained ordinary living things going about their daily lives. And perhaps that is why these unexpected helpers remain so easy to remember. They brought a measure of calm to a world that often needed it. Throughout World War II, millions of people found themselves far from home. Some were soldiers captured during campaigns that stretched across continents. Others were civilians detained by changing front lines and political decisions. Many spent months or even years inside prison camps, internment centers, or prisoner of war compounds. At first glance, these places might seem defined entirely by fences, guard towers, and restrictions. Yet there was another side to the story. Within these confined worlds, people continued to learn, create, organize, and imagine. They built communities. They developed routines. They found ways to preserve dignity and purpose. What makes this fascinating is that even when freedom became limited, creativity often remained remarkably difficult to confine. The result was a hidden world of ingenuity, craftsmanship, education, and quiet perseverance. Imagine a prisoner of war camp on a cold morning. The air is crisp. Mist lingers above the ground. Rows of barracks stretch into the distance. Smoke rises gently from chimneys. Men emerge carrying mugs of tea or coffee substitute. Footsteps crunch across frozen earth. The fences remain. The restrictions remain. Yet daily life continues. Beds must be made, meals prepared, conversations held, books shared. People adapt because human beings have always possessed a remarkable ability to create structure even in difficult circumstances. One of the most important tools inside many camps was knowledge. Knowledge could not easily be confiscated. A person might lose possessions. A person might lose freedom of movement. Yet ideas often remained. As a result, secret classes emerged in numerous camps. Imagine a group gathered around a rough wooden table. One man once taught mathematics. Another studied engineering before the war. Another knows several languages. Now they share what they know. A lesson begins. There are no formal classrooms, no impressive equipment, no grand buildings, only people exchanging information. The result was the creation of unofficial schools within places never intended for education. Subjects ranged widely: history, literature, science, art, languages, navigation, philosophy. This matters because learning offered more than information. It offered purpose. It offered routine. It reminded prisoners that their identities extended beyond captivity. Over time, these small classes became important parts of daily life, and the memory endured long after the camps themselves disappeared. Alongside education came entertainment, not because conditions were easy, but because people continued to seek moments of normality. Camp theaters appeared in many locations. Prisoners built simple stages from available materials. Costumes were improvised, scripts were copied and shared. Music was performed whenever instruments could be found or constructed. Imagine entering a crowded barracks one evening. A small stage stands at one end of the room. Lights are simple. The audience sits closely together. Outside, the fences remain unchanged. Inside, for a short while, attention shifts elsewhere. Laughter returns. Stories are told. Songs are sung. The result is not escape from reality. Rather, it is a reminder that culture remains valuable even during hardship. This reminds us that human beings rarely survive through food and shelter alone. They also need meaning. They need creativity. They need moments that connect them to ordinary life. Some of the most fascinating objects created during captivity were hidden radios. Throughout the war, information became precious. Official announcements rarely told the entire story. Rumors spread easily. Reliable news was difficult to obtain. As a result, prisoners sometimes built or concealed radios despite considerable risk. Imagine a small group gathered quietly after dark. A blanket hangs across part of a room to soften sound. Someone adjusts a tiny component. Another listens carefully. A faint signal emerges from the static. A distant voice travels across hundreds of miles. The room grows silent. Everyone listens. The news may be brief, yet its importance feels enormous. What makes this fascinating is the craftsmanship involved. Tiny components had to be acquired, hidden, assembled, and protected. Patience mattered. Skill mattered. Cooperation mattered. The radio itself was small. The connection it provided felt much larger. In that sense, these devices became lifelines to the wider world. Another remarkable example of ingenuity involved maps. Not ordinary paper maps alone, but specially designed escape maps concealed in unexpected ways. Some were printed on silk. Silk offered important advantages. It folded easily. It made little noise. It resisted water better than paper. Imagine holding such a map in your hands. The material feels light and smooth. Roads, rivers, towns, and borders appear in fine detail. The object seems almost delicate, yet it represents careful planning and remarkable foresight. The result was a navigation tool capable of surviving difficult journeys. This reminds us how often successful solutions emerge through attention to small practical details. Silk maps were only one example. Another involved specially prepared escape kits hidden inside familiar objects. Perhaps the most famous were modified versions of the board game Monopoly. At first glance, these games appeared ordinary. Players saw property cards, playing pieces, and colorful money. Yet hidden inside some specially prepared sets were maps, tools, and useful supplies intended to assist prisoners who might eventually attempt escape. Imagine receiving a package. Nothing appears unusual. The game looks exactly as expected. Only later does the true purpose become clear. What makes this fascinating is the creativity involved. An everyday object became a container for something entirely different. The result was a quiet collaboration between planners, manufacturers, and prisoners. History often remembers large inventions, yet these smaller innovations reveal a different kind of ingenuity. One focused on patience rather than scale. One of the most famous escape stories of the war became known as the Great Escape. Though popular culture often emphasizes dramatic elements, the deeper story is one of persistence and organization. Over many months, prisoners worked together to construct tunnels. They planned carefully. They distributed responsibilities. They solved countless practical problems. Imagine a barracks during an ordinary afternoon. Some men read. Some write letters. Others play games. Everything appears routine, yet beneath the surface, an enormous project gradually develops. Soil must be removed. Materials must be gathered. Ventilation must be arranged. Every challenge requires another solution. The result was a remarkable example of collective effort under difficult conditions. What makes the story memorable is not merely the escape attempt itself. It is the patience required to make the attempt possible. Day after day, week after week, month after month, quiet work continued, and that perseverance remains impressive even today. Before moving further, let us pause for a moment and picture everyday life within one of these camps. Imagine a narrow bunk, a folded blanket, a shelf containing a few treasured possessions, perhaps a photograph from home, perhaps a notebook, perhaps a worn book exchanged among friends. Outside, wind moves through fences and watchtowers. Inside, conversations drift through the room. Someone writes a letter. Someone studies a language lesson. Someone sketches a landscape remembered from years earlier. Life remains restricted, yet life continues. This matters because captivity did not erase individuality. People continued to dream, learn, create, and remember. In many camps, craftsmanship became another important outlet. Prisoners built furniture, carved small objects, repaired tools, and created artwork from whatever materials they could obtain. Imagine a craftsman carefully shaping a small wooden box. The tools are limited, the materials are scarce, yet the work proceeds patiently. The finished object may not serve a major practical purpose, but it represents something valuable: control, skill, personal expression. The result is a reminder that making things can be deeply meaningful during uncertain times. Some prisoners also carried what became known as blood chits. These were printed notices carried by airmen and others operating far from friendly territory. The text often explained in multiple languages that the bearer should receive assistance. Imagine unfolding one of these documents. The paper is simple. The message is straightforward, yet it carries hope. Hope that someone reading it might offer food, or directions, or shelter. The document itself cannot guarantee safety, but it creates a bridge between strangers. What makes this fascinating is how much trust rested upon such small objects. Again and again throughout the war, paper carried extraordinary significance. Letters, maps, documents, permits, identification cards, and blood chits. The physical objects were modest. Their consequences could be profound. As World War II continued, camps remained places of hardship. That reality should never be forgotten. Yet alongside the difficulties emerged countless examples of resilience. Teachers became professors once more. Actors became performers once more. Craftsmen became builders once more. Students became learners once more. People searched for ways to preserve the parts of themselves that existed before captivity, and perhaps that is the most enduring lesson of these stories. The fences were real. The limitations were real. Yet creativity remained. Curiosity remained. Community remained. A hidden radio assembled from scraps. A silk map folded into a pocket. A classroom created from memory, a stage built inside a barracks, a carefully carved wooden keepsake. These objects survive as reminders of a remarkable truth. Even in places designed to restrict possibility, human ingenuity continued to find room to grow. And the evidence still survives today, quietly telling the story of people who refused to let difficult circumstances define the limits of their imagination. By the middle years of World War II, machines seemed to be everywhere. They rumbled across muddy roads, they crossed oceans, they rose into cloudy skies and disappeared beyond the horizon. Factories produced them in enormous numbers, and newspapers often celebrated their achievements. Yet behind every famous machine was a human story, a mechanic tightening a bolt beneath a wing, a driver guiding a vehicle through rain and darkness, a pilot checking instruments before dawn, a worker standing beside an assembly line for hours at a time. What makes this fascinating is that machines were never truly separate from people. They became part of daily routines, hopes, worries, and memories. Tonight, we will spend some time with some of the most recognizable machines of World War II, not by studying them as technical objects, but by seeing them through the eyes of the people who lived and worked alongside them. Imagine a cool morning at a military depot. The ground is damp from overnight rain. Rows of vehicles stand quietly in the early light. Some are large trucks. Others are motorcycles. A few are armored vehicles. Among them sits a machine that would become one of the most familiar sights of the war. The Jeep. At first glance, it looked simple, small, practical, unpretentious. It lacked the imposing appearance of a tank or the elegance of an aircraft. Yet that simplicity became its greatest strength. The Jeep could travel over rough ground where larger vehicles struggled. It could climb muddy slopes, cross narrow tracks, and navigate terrain that would have seemed impossible only a few years earlier. Soldiers used it for transportation, reconnaissance, communication, and countless other tasks. Over time, it became almost a companion. A driver might spend entire days behind its wheel. He would learn the sound of its engine. He would notice small changes in its behavior. He might even give it a nickname. Machines often become familiar in that way, especially during difficult times. Imagine traveling along a dusty road somewhere in Europe. The Jeep bounces gently over uneven ground. The engine hums steadily. Nearby fields stretch toward the horizon. Villages appear and disappear in the distance. The journey may not be comfortable, but it is reliable. And reliability was often more valuable than comfort. This reminds us that some of the most important innovations are not necessarily the most dramatic. Sometimes they are simply the ones people can depend upon. Beyond the roads, another kind of machine was transforming the war. Far out at sea, aircraft carriers carried entire airfields across the oceans. The idea itself seemed remarkable. A ship carrying airplanes. A floating runway moving through thousands of miles of open water. Imagine standing on the deck of one of these carriers. The sea stretches endlessly in every direction. Wind sweeps across the deck. Crew members move carefully between aircraft. The smell of fuel mixes with salty ocean air. Some sailors spent months living in this world. For them, the carrier was not merely a machine, it was home. They slept below deck, they ate meals together, they celebrated birthdays, they wrote letters, they waited for mail. Daily life continued even while surrounded by vast oceans. The scale of these ships was astonishing, yet the human routines aboard them often remained surprisingly ordinary. Someone repaired equipment. Someone swept a corridor. Someone prepared food in a galley deep within the vessel. This matters because history often remembers great machines while overlooking the people who lived inside them. Yet both stories belong together. While aircraft carriers crossed oceans, another machine became closely associated with the skies above Britain: the Spitfire. Even today, its distinctive shape remains recognizable. Its elegant wings and sleek profile have appeared in photographs, paintings, and museums for decades. But for many pilots, the Spitfire was not a symbol. It was a workplace. Imagine arriving at a small airfield before sunrise. The grass is wet with dew. Ground crews move quietly between parked aircraft. A mechanic checks an engine. Another inspects a wing. Nearby, a pilot studies weather reports. Everything feels calm. Routine, familiar. The aircraft waiting nearby represents countless hours of work from engineers, factory workers, mechanics, and designers. By the time it reaches the runway, thousands of hands have already contributed to its story. When pilots later remembered these machines, they often recalled more than performance. They remembered sounds, smells, particular vibrations, small details that remained vivid for years. Human memory often works that way. Large events fade. Tiny details endure, and so the Spitfire became more than an aircraft. It became part of countless personal histories. While pilots prepared for flight far away in factories, thousands of workers helped make those flights possible. Imagine walking through an aircraft factory. The building is enormous. Metal frames stretch across the floor. Tools echo softly against steel. Workers move between unfinished aircraft. Some install wiring, others attach panels, others inspect completed sections. The process requires patience and precision. Day after day, similar tasks are repeated, not because they are glamorous, but because they matter. Many workers had never expected to build aircraft. Some had previously worked in entirely different occupations, yet they learned new skills remarkably quickly. Over time, factories became communities. People recognized familiar faces, shared meals, exchanged stories, marked the passing seasons. Outside, the world remained uncertain. Inside, routines continued. This reminds us that innovation often depends as much upon ordinary labor as extraordinary ideas. Without those workers, even the most famous machines could never have existed. Another aircraft would eventually earn a legendary reputation: the P-51 Mustang. It is often remembered for its range. Its ability to travel long distances transformed how air operations could be conducted. Yet once again, the human experience remains just as interesting as the machine itself. Imagine a pilot preparing for a long journey. The flight ahead may last many hours. Maps are carefully folded. Instruments are checked. Weather conditions are discussed. The aircraft waits patiently nearby. When the engine finally starts, the sound fills the airfield. Then comes the long climb into the sky. Below, rivers, forests, farms, and towns slowly drift past. Hours pass. Clouds move beneath the aircraft. The world seems vast, and that vastness was one of the defining experiences of World War II. Many participants traveled farther than they had ever imagined possible. Machines expanded horizons. They connected distant places. They made the world feel simultaneously larger and smaller. The result was a new understanding of scale, and that understanding remained long after the war ended. Not all innovations took place in the sky. Some appeared on the ground in surprising forms. One particularly unusual collection of vehicles became known as Hobart's Funnies. The name itself sounds almost playful. And in some ways, it was. These specialized vehicles were designed to solve practical problems. Some cleared obstacles, others laid bridges. Some assisted movement across difficult terrain. At first glance, they appeared strange, unusual shapes, unexpected attachments, odd designs. Yet each existed because someone encountered a problem and searched for a solution. Imagine engineers gathered around sketches and plans. They discuss difficulties. They consider alternatives. They experiment. They adjust. Slowly, ideas become prototypes. Prototypes become machines. Innovation often unfolds in exactly this manner, not through sudden inspiration alone, but through careful observation and persistence. The story of these vehicles reminds us that creativity can appear in unexpected places, even during periods of immense difficulty, even during war. There remained room for imagination. Let us pause for a moment and step away from the machines themselves. Imagine an ordinary evening near an airfield. The day's work is finished. The sun sinks slowly toward the horizon. Mechanics clean their tools, drivers return vehicles to storage areas, pilots gather for meals, some write letters home, others read newspapers, some simply sit quietly. The distant sound of engines gradually fades. What makes this fascinating is how familiar much of it feels. People still ended their days the same way. They still sought companionship, rest, routine, moments of peace. History sometimes appears distant, yet ordinary evenings have always connected generations, and perhaps that is one reason these stories continue to resonate. Now let us return to the coast. There, another remarkable machine played a vital role, the Higgins boat. Its appearance was modest, simple, functional, yet it became one of the most important landing craft of the war. Imagine standing aboard one as it approaches a shoreline. Waves rise and fall beneath the hull. The shoreline gradually becomes clearer. The craft carries people, supplies, and equipment. Its purpose is straightforward: to bring people from sea to land efficiently. The design reflected practicality above all else, and practicality can be a form of brilliance. The most successful inventions are often the ones that accomplish their purpose with clarity and reliability. The Higgins boat became one of those inventions. Its influence extended far beyond the moment of its creation, and its story reminds us that engineering achievements are often hidden in plain sight. Among all the machines of the war, few inspired as much curiosity as the German Me-262. It represented a glimpse of a different future, a future in which jet-powered aircraft would become increasingly common. Imagine seeing one for the first time. Its shape appears familiar and unfamiliar at once. The aircraft suggests possibilities that had barely existed before. New technologies often feel that way. They stand between worlds, partly connected to the past, partly pointing toward the future. For engineers and pilots, machines like the Me-262 offered a glimpse of what aviation might eventually become. The result was a sense of possibility that extended far beyond the immediate moment. This reminds us that innovation rarely stops when a conflict ends. Ideas continue traveling forward, crossing decades, influencing generations, changing how people live. Perhaps one of the most personal traditions associated with wartime aircraft was nose art. Many crews decorated their aircraft with names, characters, symbols, and paintings. At first glance, these decorations may seem small, yet they reveal something deeply human. People have always personalized the objects around them. Ships receive names, vehicles receive nicknames, tools acquire stories. Aircraft were no different. Imagine a crew standing beside an aircraft they have worked with for months. The painted artwork makes the machine feel slightly more personal, slightly more familiar, a little less anonymous. In a world filled with enormous events, small acts of individuality remained important. The artwork reflected humor, memory, identity, friendship, and perhaps even hope. The evidence still survives in photographs today, a quiet reminder that people always leave traces of themselves behind. As we reach the end of this section, it becomes clear that machines alone never define history. The Jeep tells us about drivers and roads. The Spitfire tells us about pilots and mechanics. Aircraft carriers tell us about sailors crossing immense oceans. Factories tell us about workers learning new skills. Landing craft tell us about engineers solving practical problems. Even the most famous machines become meaningful because people used them, lived beside them, maintained them, remembered them. In that sense, the machines of World War II were not merely inventions. They were companions in daily life, tools of work, objects of pride, sources of fascination, and sometimes, years later, they became memories. Memories of engines starting before dawn, of factory floors humming with activity, of ocean winds sweeping across steel decks, of long roads disappearing into the distance. The machines remain remarkable, but the people who gave them purpose remain just as remarkable, and their stories continue to travel with those machines long after the engines have fallen silent. World War II was not only a European war. It was not only fought in famous cities, familiar fields, or well-known oceans. It reached far beyond the places most often remembered. Across deserts, mountains, forests, islands, frozen waters, and crowded ports, the war touched people whose stories are sometimes told only quietly. This matters because the war was truly global. It moved along railway lines in India. It climbed over the Himalayas. It passed through the jungles of Burma. It reached Shanghai streets, Alaska's cold islands, and even the skies above the American West. The scale is difficult to hold in the mind, so let us enter it slowly. Imagine standing at a railway station in British India during the war. The platform is busy, but not hurried in a modern way. Steam hangs in the air. Porters carry luggage. Families wait beside trunks and cloth bundles. Soldiers in uniform prepare to travel far from home. More than 2 million Indian soldiers served during World War II, making the Indian Army one of the largest volunteer forces in history. They served in North Africa, Italy, the Middle East, Burma, and many other places. For many, the war meant leaving villages, towns, languages, and landscapes they knew well. A young man from Punjab might find himself in the desert. A soldier from Bengal might serve in humid jungle. A recruit from a hill region might travel by ship farther than anyone in his family had gone before. What makes this fascinating is not only the number, it is the distance between home and service. Every uniform carried a private memory of another place, a courtyard, a field, a mother's cooking fire, a village road at dusk. In that sense, the global war was also deeply local. It was carried inside individual people wherever they went. Beyond India, the war moved along one of the most difficult supply routes in the world, the Burma Road. This long and winding route connected Burma with China, crossing mountains, rivers, forests, and rough highlands. It was not simply a road. It was a lifeline. Supplies moved slowly along it, sometimes through rain, mud, and steep terrain. Imagine a truck driver guiding his vehicle along a narrow mountain path. Mist rests in the trees. The road bends sharply, Far below, a river moves through the valley. The driver listens carefully to the engine and watches the tires near the edge. Every mile requires patience. Every delivery matters. Roads like this remind us that victory often depended on movement. Not only armies moving, but food, fuel, medicine, tools, spare parts, and letters. The quiet labor of transportation shaped the war in ways that were not always visible. Over time, the Burma Road became a symbol of endurance, a reminder that geography itself can become one of history's great characters. And in this story, the mountains were never silent. They watched every convoy pass. When the Burma Road was threatened or closed, another route became essential. It was called the Hump. This was the air route over the eastern Himalayas, used to carry supplies from India into China. The name was simple, almost casual, but the journey was anything but simple. Pilots flew over some of the most difficult terrain on Earth. High mountains, unpredictable weather, thin air, clouds that could hide entire ranges. Imagine sitting inside a transport aircraft as it climbs slowly into cold gray sky. Below, the earth rises in folds and ridges. Snow appears on distant peaks. The aircraft vibrates steadily. Inside, supplies are packed tightly. The journey is not glamorous. It is work. Careful, repeated, necessary work. Pilots and crews learn to read weather, trust instruments, and respect the mountains. Many flights were routine in purpose, but extraordinary in setting. This reminds us that some of the war's most important journeys were not marked by spectacle. They were marked by repetition. One flight after another. One load after another. One crossing after another. And slowly, through persistence, a fragile connection remained open across the sky. Let us pause here and picture daily life around these distant routes. In a camp near the edge of the jungle, morning arrives with damp heat. Canvas tents darken with moisture. Boots sit near doorways. Tea or coffee is poured into metal cups. Mechanics check engines. Drivers wipe mud from windshields. Cooks prepare simple meals. Nearby, local laborers, soldiers, officers, translators, and medical staff move through the same crowded world. Different languages pass through the air: English, Hindi, Burmese, Chinese, many others. The war created strange meeting places. People who might never have encountered one another now shared roads, airstrips, warehouses, and hospital tents. A day might begin with engine repairs and end with rain falling on corrugated roofs. The jungle pressed close. Insects hummed in the evening. Clothing stayed damp. Paper softened in the humidity. Still, routines continued. Letters were written, meals were served, vehicles were repaired. Someone laughed quietly in the dark. Even in faraway places, daily life found a way to exist. Far to the east, another human story unfolded in Shanghai. Before and during the war, Shanghai became a refuge for many Jewish people fleeing persecution in Europe. Unlike many destinations, Shanghai did not require the same entry documents during an earlier period, and so it became one of the few places where desperate families could go. Imagine arriving there after a long journey. The city is crowded and unfamiliar. Streets are filled with voices, bicycles, carts, shops, signs, and cooking smells. The air is humid. The harbor is busy. For refugees, Shanghai could feel both safe and difficult. It was not home, but it was life. Families built new routines in narrow rooms and crowded districts. Children attended makeshift schools. Adults searched for work. Community groups organized food, medical care, and worship. What makes this story so moving is its mixture of displacement and survival. People carried memories of Europe into a city on the other side of the world. They carried photographs, recipes, languages, small religious objects, letters, names of relatives left behind. Shanghai reminds us that refuge is not always peaceful or easy. Sometimes refuge is crowded, uncertain, and fragile, but it can still mean survival. And survival in history is never a small thing. Across the Pacific, the war reached the American mainland in an unusual way. Japan launched balloon bombs across the ocean, using wind currents to carry them toward North America. The idea sounds almost unreal, a weapon drifting silently across thousands of miles of sky. These balloons were carried by the jet stream, a powerful high-altitude air current that was not widely understood by the public at the time. Most caused little damage. Many were never found. Yet their story reveals something remarkable about geography, weather, and imagination. Imagine a pale balloon moving high above the Pacific. Beneath it lies a vast ocean. Clouds drift below. Days pass. The balloon crosses invisible lines of wind and distance. Eventually, some reached forests, fields, and remote regions of North America. The story feels strangely quiet, not because it was harmless in every case, but because its movement was slow, silent, and almost dreamlike. It reminds us that World War II entered history not only through armies and ships, it also moved through atmosphere, through currents, through the hidden rivers of the sky. Far to the north, the war touched the Aleutian Islands. These islands stretch in a long chain between Alaska and the northern Pacific. They are cold, windy, remote places. Fog often covers the land. The sea can appear gray and restless. During the war, Japanese forces occupied Atto and Kiska, bringing conflict to North American territory. For many people, this remains one of the lesser-known parts of World War II. Yet for those who served there, the Aleutians were unforgettable. Imagine standing on a shoreline under a low ceiling of cloud. The wind cuts across the rocks. Grass bends close to the ground. Mountains rise in the distance, half hidden by mist. The world feels far away from the great cities of Europe or the tropical islands of the Central Pacific. And yet it was part of the same war. This is what global conflict means. Events separated by thousands of miles become connected. A decision in one capital can affect a soldier on a cold island. A ship leaving one harbor may influence a road in Asia. A weather report may shape a journey across mountains. The scale is astonishing. And still, each place had its own weather, its own sounds, its own human stories. Kiska, in particular, left behind a strange memory. When Allied forces arrived to retake the island, they discovered that Japanese troops had already evacuated. The island remained full of mist, abandoned positions, and silence. In history, silence can sometimes feel as powerful as noise. Imagine walking through that landscape, fog moving slowly over the ground, empty huts, cold equipment, footprints fading in wet soil. The absence itself tells a story. People had been there. They had endured the weather. They had waited. Then they were gone. This reminds us that war is not only measured by battles. It is also measured by places transformed by human presence and then left behind. A remote island can become a chapter in world history. Then, slowly, nature begins to cover the traces. Grass grows back, wind moves over the hills, seabirds return to the cliffs, and memory becomes quieter. As we step back from these distant places, the global shape of the war becomes clearer. India's railway stations, the Burma Road, the Himalayan air route, Shanghai's crowded refuge, balloons crossing the Pacific sky, the Aleutians under fog. Each place seems different, Each landscape has its own texture: heat, snow, jungle rain, city streets, cold ocean wind, yet all were part of the same vast story. World War II connected people who never met: a mechanic in Assam, a refugee child in Shanghai, a driver on the Burma Road, a pilot above the Himalayas, a soldier on an Aleutian shore, a family hearing distant news by radio. What makes this fascinating is that the war did not feel global to everyone in the same way. For each person, it was immediate: a road, a ship, a camp, a room, a letter, a meal, a cold morning, a long journey. History often becomes large after we look back at it. But while people live through it, history is usually small enough to hold in the hand: a cup, a tool, a photograph, a ticket, a folded map. In that sense, the truly global war was made of countless local moments, and those local moments still help us understand the world it created. As World War II moved toward its final chapters, the world remained busy with activity. Factories still worked, ships still crossed oceans, railways still carried passengers and supplies through the night. Families still waited for letters. Children still played in streets shadowed by recent history. Life continued. Yet beneath the familiar rhythms of daily existence, new developments were quietly unfolding. Some of the most important work of the entire war was taking place in locations that officially did not exist. Entire communities appeared almost from nowhere. New roads emerged, new houses were built, new laboratories filled with equipment. Thousands of people arrived. Many began work without fully understanding what their labor would ultimately produce. The result was a world of extraordinary secrecy. Imagine arriving in a remote valley after a long journey. Perhaps you are a scientist, perhaps an engineer, perhaps a secretary, machinist, construction worker, electrician, or clerk. You have been assigned to a project of great importance, yet details remain limited. Questions are often answered politely, but vaguely. Letters home avoid specifics. Visitors are restricted. Conversations are cautious, and so a strange new community begins to grow. This was the reality inside the secret cities of the Manhattan Project. What makes this fascinating is that these places were not small laboratories hidden in a corner of the countryside. They became entire towns. Schools appeared, shops opened, children rode bicycles, families attended community events, people planted gardens, dogs barked behind fences, laundry hung in the sunlight. Daily life continued much as it would elsewhere, and yet surrounding that ordinary life was an extraordinary secret. Many workers spent years contributing to the project without understanding the final goal. A machinist might manufacture a component without knowing where it would be used. A technician might measure materials without seeing the larger picture. A clerk might organize documents whose significance remained hidden. The work was divided into countless pieces. Each piece seemed manageable. Together, they formed something much larger. This reminds us that history is often built through collaboration. Thousands of individual efforts combine into outcomes no single person could achieve alone. Among these secret locations, one has become particularly famous: Los Alamos. Perched on a mesa in the high desert of New Mexico, it was both isolated and intensely active. Imagine standing there in the evening. The sky stretches endlessly overhead. The desert air cools after sunset. Distant mountains fade into soft shades of blue and gray. The landscape feels peaceful, almost timeless. Yet inside laboratories and workshops, some of the brightest scientific minds of the age were working with remarkable urgency. Scientists filled blackboards with equations. Engineers assembled equipment. Researchers debated theories. Technicians conducted experiments. The atmosphere combined intellectual excitement with profound responsibility, and that responsibility weighed heavily upon many of those involved. For while scientific discovery can inspire wonder, it can also raise difficult questions. Even before the war ended, some scientists began debating the future implications of their work. They discussed ethics, responsibility, consequences, the role of science in human affairs. These conversations did not produce simple answers. In many ways, they continue today. Imagine two colleagues walking beneath desert stars after a long day of work. The laboratories have grown quiet. The evening air feels cool. Their conversation turns from calculations to broader questions. What will happen next? How will this knowledge be used? What obligations come with discovery? Such discussions reveal something deeply human. People are rarely concerned only with what they can accomplish. They also wonder what they should accomplish. And perhaps that reflection is one of the most enduring parts of the story. Eventually, the war drew toward its conclusion. The great machinery of conflict gradually began to slow. Armies stopped advancing. Convoys completed their journeys. Factories reduced wartime production. People who had spent years focused on survival suddenly faced a different challenge. How to rebuild, how to reconnect, how to remember. For many families, the first task was simply finding one another. Across Europe and Asia, millions of people had been displaced. Cities had changed. Addresses no longer existed. Entire communities had moved or disappeared. The search for loved ones became one of the defining experiences of the post-war years. Imagine arriving at a public notice board. Sheets of paper cover its surface. Names fill every available space. Some notices seek missing parents, others seek children. Brothers search for sisters. Friends search for neighbors. The board becomes a map of hope. Every name represents a relationship waiting to be restored. Every message carries a quiet wish. Perhaps someone will recognize this name. Perhaps someone knows where they are. Perhaps someone has news. What makes this deeply moving is its simplicity. A handwritten note. A name, a destination. A request. And behind each one, a human life. The result was a vast effort of reconnection that stretched across continents. Some reunions happened quickly. Others took months. Some took years. And sadly, many searches never found answers. Yet people continued looking. Because hope often survives even in the most difficult circumstances. While families searched for one another, cities faced another challenge. The physical landscape itself had been transformed. Across much of Europe, rubble covered streets. Buildings stood damaged or empty. Roads required repair. Utilities needed restoration. The work of rebuilding would take years. Imagine walking through a city at dawn. Dust settles quietly. The morning light falls across damaged walls. Workers arrive carrying tools. Carts move slowly through the streets. Bricks are sorted. Stone is stacked. Wood is measured. The task ahead seems immense. Yet rebuilding begins one piece at a time. One wall. One roof. One window. One street. This matters because recovery rarely happens suddenly. It unfolds through countless small actions repeated day after day. And those actions often receive less attention than the dramatic events that preceded them. Yet, they are no less important. In Germany, many women became closely associated with clearing debris and helping restore damaged cities. They became known as Trümmerfrauen, or rubble women. Imagine groups of women working together among piles of broken masonry. They sort bricks, remove debris, create pathways through damaged neighborhoods. The work is physically demanding. Dust fills the air, hands become rough, progress feels slow, yet every cleared street represents movement toward recovery. What makes this remarkable is not only the labor itself, it is the determination behind it. People looked at destruction and chose reconstruction. They looked at uncertainty and chose effort. And over time, those efforts reshaped entire cities. Not all post-war challenges involved rebuilding structures. Food shortages remained a serious concern in many regions. Fields required restoration. Transportation systems needed repair. Supplies remained limited. Imagine entering a modest kitchen in the late 1940s. The meal is simple. Ingredients are carefully measured. Nothing is wasted. Families have become skilled at making the most of what they possess. The habits learned during wartime continue. Rationing may be ending in some places, but caution remains. People understand the value of food differently after years of scarcity. A loaf of bread, a bowl of soup, fresh vegetables. These ordinary things can carry extraordinary meaning. This reminds us that recovery is experienced not only through grand political decisions, it is experienced through meals, markets, homes, family tables, and daily routines. As Reconstruction continued, another form of remembrance quietly emerged. War cemeteries. Across fields, hillsides, coastlines, and distant regions, carefully maintained cemeteries became places of reflection. Rows of markers stretched across green grass. Trees provided shade. Flowers were planted and tended. The atmosphere often felt peaceful. Imagine visiting such a place on a quiet afternoon. Birdsong drifts through the air. Leaves move gently in the breeze. The landscape appears calm, yet every marker represents a life, a family, a story, a collection of hopes and experiences. Many visitors arrived carrying flowers, letters, or simply memories. They stood quietly, they reflected, they remembered. The result was a form of remembrance that crossed national boundaries. Grief has many languages, memory has many forms, yet the desire to honor loved ones is nearly universal. Among these memorials, the idea of the unknown soldier held particular significance. Not every individual could be identified. Some names were lost, some stories remained incomplete, and so monuments were created to honor those whose identities remained unknown. What makes this powerful is that such memorials belong to everyone. They invite reflection not on one person alone, but on countless lives. They remind us that history contains both names and silences, both records and mysteries, both certainty and absence. And sometimes the unknown speaks just as clearly as the known. Yet there were also stories of generosity and hope. One of the most beloved emerged during the Berlin airlift. A pilot named Gail Halvorsen became known as the Candy Bomber. While delivering supplies to Berlin, he began dropping small parachutes carrying candy for children. Imagine a child looking toward the sky. Aircraft pass overhead. The city still bears scars from difficult years. Yet suddenly, small parachutes drift downward. Attached are pieces of candy, a simple gift, a moment of unexpected kindness. The gesture was modest, yet its emotional impact was enormous. Because recovery is nourished not only by food and infrastructure, it is nourished by kindness, by gestures that remind people they have not been forgotten. The evidence of those moments still survives in memory today, and memory may be the most enduring legacy of all. Long after buildings are repaired and roads restored, stories continue. Families tell them around dinner tables. Grandparents share them with grandchildren. Old photographs emerge from drawers. Letters are carefully preserved. Names are remembered. Imagine opening a box stored safely for decades. Inside are photographs faded by time. A ration book. A military badge. Several letters tied together with ribbon. Perhaps a train ticket. Perhaps a newspaper clipping. Individually, these objects seem ordinary. Together they become a bridge to another world, a world of blackout curtains and crowded shelters, of convoy ships and distant airfields, of gardens planted during uncertainty, of long journeys home. What makes this fascinating is that history often survives through such small things, not only through monuments and museums, but through personal collections, family memories, stories passed quietly from one generation to the next. As the years passed, many physical scars of World War II gradually faded. Cities were rebuilt, industries expanded, children grew into adults. New neighborhoods appeared, new technologies emerged, life moved forward. Yet memory remained. The war became history, and history became remembrance. In that sense, the story of World War II does not truly end with surrender documents or formal ceremonies. It continues wherever people remember. It continues in preserved letters, in family photographs, in carefully maintained cemeteries, in restored buildings, in museums, in memoirs, and in conversations shared across generations. Perhaps that is the most remarkable aspect of all. The conflict touched millions of lives across countless landscapes, yet its legacy is often carried in quiet ways. A name spoken aloud, a photograph studied carefully, a story retold, a flower placed beside a memorial, a grandchild listening to an old memory. The great events of history eventually grow distant, but human experiences remain surprisingly close. And so, as this long journey through World War II approaches its conclusion, we are left not only with memories of battles, machines, or political leaders. We are left with people. People who endured uncertainty. People who adapted. People who helped one another. People who rebuilt. People who remembered. Their world has passed into history, yet their voices still echo softly through the years, and the memory endured long after the war itself had faded into the distance. Now our journey through the world of World War II is drawing gently to a close. The great events have settled into memory. The factories have grown quiet. The convoy ships have reached their harbors. The trains have completed their long journeys. The workshop lights have dimmed, and across distant landscapes, the voices of another age begin to soften into the background. For a little while, let us simply remember the world we have visited together. Picture those quiet streets before the conflict began. Shop windows glowing softly in the evening. People returning home after work. Children playing beneath fading daylight. Farmers finishing the day's tasks in distant fields. Ships crossing calm oceans beneath wide skies. A world unaware of everything that still lay ahead. Then think of the homes we visited, the blackout curtains drawn carefully across windows, the kitchens where meals were stretched through rationing, the gardens planted with patience and hope, the letters written by hand and carried across oceans and continents, small acts of daily life continuing even when the wider world seemed uncertain. We spent time beside sailors crossing cold waters. We listened to the creak of ships moving through fog and darkness. We stood on wind-swept coastlines and watched the sea stretch endlessly toward the horizon. And we saw how ordinary people carried extraordinary responsibilities, one voyage at a time. We wandered through the huts of codebreakers and secret workers, through rooms filled with maps, papers, and typewriters, through places where quiet concentration shaped events far beyond those walls. What makes those stories remarkable is how ordinary many of the people seemed while living them. We walked beside drivers on distant roads, pilots preparing for dawn flights, factory workers learning new skills, nurses caring for patients, families waiting patiently for news, children adapting to unfamiliar circumstances. Again and again, history revealed itself not only through famous events, but through everyday lives. We crossed oceans, we followed railways, we climbed mountain routes and traveled through jungles, deserts, cities, villages, islands, and forests. The scale of that world was immense. Yet its story was always carried by individuals, a single worker, a single sailor, a single family, a single memory, and perhaps that is what remains most clearly, not simply the machinery of war, but the resilience of people, the ability to continue, to adapt, to help one another, to rebuild, to remember. Now imagine evening settling over that vast historical landscape. The ocean grows calm, the airfields empty, the factory doors close, the trains rest quietly on their tracks, the codebreakers set down their papers, the gardeners return indoors, the ships rest safely at anchor. Across countless towns and cities, the lights gradually dim, the voices become quieter, the footsteps fade, the old world drifts gently into the distance, and as it does, you may allow your own thoughts to drift as well. Let the oceans become still, let the trains slow to silence, let the workshop lights grow soft, let the distant radios fall quiet. The journey is complete, the stories can rest now, and perhaps you can rest too. Thank you for spending this time wandering through history. May the night be peaceful. May your thoughts be light, and may sleep come easily. Sleep well, and good night.